Hello, everyone. Welcome in. This is NECC. This is for R6. I am Wes, or Wealku, joined by McCready. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, man. It's always an enjoyable experience to come back to the NECC, whichever division it is, whether it be Champion, Legends, or where we're going to be heading over towards today, the Navigators. And it's a very interesting match coming up, isn't there, Wilco? Oh, we are.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be yeah, Wealku. It's all right. Everyone messes it up. Someone just calls me weak sometimes, so that's fine.
Yeah, I'm going to find a few different variations today, don't worry.
But we got SIUE, and we got Defiance Esports. So here is the rosters being pulled up for us right now. We got Xreda, Snowman, Snowman, excuse me, Dragon, DJ, and McAwesome. I'll let you talk about the other side though.
Oh, yeah. So on the other side, what we do have is the side of SIUE Black, or if you are from the UK and you recognize it, Sue. Apparently there's something else that happens as well. But what we do have is Commie Puppy, Dickle Plants, One Tap, Kolikos, and Fuhota. Very interesting names, very interesting players as well. A couple of robotics degrees going in there, a couple of cybersecurity as well. So rounded out with the engineer, a lot of mental power lacking behind this team. So I'm very excited to see what they can bring to the forefront in Siege. Obviously, though, when we look over towards the actual histories of these teams, they haven't really been going the way they wanted to, have they?
No, this is 2-0-4 teams. They have won some maps, I believe, on each side, but they haven't actually won a match. So each of them is looking for their first victory of the season. We're about halfway through now, so I mean, if they want to, have hopes of not being at the bottom and getting into playoffs, this is the time, to start winning some games. And it should be for each of them, their best chance to get a win, get some momentum picked up. But I think we might have the map bands ready, so we can pull those up and see where we're going.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to jump right into it. And first of all, we are going to have Oregon, Clubhouse, and Villa. Now, two teams, they're not exactly doing too great in the standings so far. Looking towards maps like these, they're pretty default maps. When you look at it, they're pretty standard. And I can understand that. You don't really want to go too out there. You don't want to bring a skyscraper or a border in. When you just want to get down to those basics, whereas you just want to make sure you pick maps where there's a lot less required of you. You do that base level of work. And it very rarely changes. Oregon and Clubhouse, they're great maps for that. When we go to Villa, though, it's a little bit more appended. I feel like this is really good for them, actually, because if we do go to that third map, that means neither team is dominant on the more base-level strat-heavy maps. So you go to Villa, there's a little bit more wiggle room, there's a little bit more variety in what you can do, so I'd like to see that map 3.
Yeah, I mean, Villa is one of those maps that has been around for a while, but it still doesn't necessarily feel default yet. I don't know. You still see the club, you still see the the chalet, the Oregon, Banks working its way in, but Villa's kind of been like forgotten about. It feels like a lot of teams don't actually go there all that often. And you're right, though. I do kind of hope we get to see it because it has been a while, at least since I feel like I've casted it. So that's why personal, selfish reasons for that. And these first two maps, like you said, they're like the bread and butter of Siege. Like you want to go there. That is like their first opportunity to get a win. So it makes sense to go to these standard maps, but it can be rather boring and rudimentary, right? You're just gonna watch for the fundamentals here. That's what's gonna really make the difference. Which team can execute things properly, get the walls open up that you expect, and then I think one of them is just gonna make more mistakes than the other. Is really what it's gonna come down to.
Yeah, and the team that's able to capitalize upon that is going to be the victor, because obviously if you look at it and you say, well, we're doing our basics right, if they're not getting their fundamentals right, well, it's pretty much an easy home run when you look at the plans that you bring to those maps, when you look at how you execute them. There's very little that can go wrong as long as you get the basics right. Obviously, though, one of these teams has to lose, one of these teams have to win, and I think they've got a nice rounded out map selection for this point in the season, because if you can't get these maps done, and you can't get wins on these maps, that's when I really start questioning. Yeah, when you start looking towards those higher level teams, what are you going to be able to do? If you go to those other maps, well, the basics, they're going to be lacking. So get it locked down now. Make this that turning point in the season because, well, let's be honest, you're not coming into the season to lose it, are you, Wes?
I mean, definitely not. And for the side of SIUE, something we didn't highlight there is they have 2 seniors, so this is their last go for the fall. I mean, they could come back in spring, of course, but this year in general, right, is going to mean a little bit more for them. On the other side, they Defiance, they don't have any seniors. They have some juniors. So, I mean, they at least have another shot at it this next
Hmm.
year for the whole squad. So, I just wanted to highlight that sometimes it's important to kind of think about the circumstances for some of these players.
Yeah, and something I want to point out about the finals, they seemingly have the entire football team. They just grabbed them, they sat them down at a computer and said, right, you're on the Rainbow Six Siege team, so don't
Dual
mess it up.
sport athlete.
Yeah, 5 players coming through from that football team. So hopefully, they'll have that team cohesion. They'll have that synergy already coming straight out the gate. They know each other. They've played together in different sports, don't get me wrong, but that's still there. So towards Defiance, you're looking, there's that bit of a positive, a bit of a advantage going into this game.
I mean, it should be, maybe, but we'll see. It all comes down to the individual skills when it comes to getting those fundamentals complete. But it's still an FPS at the end of the day, so we can't forget that some of these players, they might have synergy, but if they can't land their shots, it's going to be a rough day for them. So we'll see who's going to come out and who's going to have a slow start because maybe they just aren't warmed up. Maybe they're tired from those other sports. Maybe football has worn them out. So I got to be careful. That can sometimes take away some of that energy and some of that focus that might have gone into this game. But maybe they're just playing for fun too. So I mean, it isn't all that important. Maybe they're just here for the experience.
Yeah. And I mean, who can really fault them? It's a really good experience to get involved in that collegiate scene, get involved with just people you might not even get involved with in general. I mean, I've met a ton of people doing it through my university side. I'm sure if you took part, Wes, then you would have as well. It's just a really pleasant experience overall. I mean, if you do want to get involved, obviously the NECC, that's where you want to be looking. Then talk to your university or college reps. There's somebody around who knows what's going on. Try and get involved in their discords and their social media. If you get involved, you can play some Siege or you can play any of the other games that we have on offer, can't you?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I'm coaching at Carthage right now, so I mean, I know a little
Yeah.
bit about it, and we got a Valorant team, so that's always fun. We got some Rocket League teams. So, this, as you said, so many sports that kids can get involved with. I wish it was around when I was their age, but unfortunately, I was on the cusp of I got to play one season of Siege that I formed with my friends because our school had an esports club, but no actual no coach, no nothing like that. So we had form the team. There's no team in place. So I mean, it's nice now that we have advanced. Right, this is a growing scene, the collegiate scene, but in general, just esports is growing, and I think that we're now getting to that point where it's becoming a little bit more. I don't know if it's mainstream per se, but it is definitely getting bigger to the point where there are a lot more opportunities. You can get scholarships, you can get full rides if you're good enough, right? So I mean, definitely, hopefully that word spreads and more people have that opportunity.
I'd take a scholarship if it meant I could play Siege and not have to pay for my university. But, well, I didn't have the chance. Hopefully these players will be able to just get that, or maybe yourself as well. But we are going to be jumping into our first map of the evening. That's going to be the Oregon that we talked about, Wes. There's going to be that default map. Looking towards this bottom site already. It's just a preview, but immediately see that 90 corner. How well a team's going to be able to hold that? Will they want to hold it? You look over towards that top floor. Are the defenders going to be playing aggressive or bunkering back in? Do they want to play that master bedroom hold or not at all? Well, we're going to jump into these operator bands. Starting things off, who do you expect to see, Wes?
I mean, it is Oregon, so it's kind of figured out. I think that we might see a Jackal band, we might see a Thatcher band. Those are kind of the standards, and you got to consider where these teams are. I mean, I don't want to down talk, but they are in a lower division, so they might go with some basic things that they feel comfortable with. Jackal is still strong on this map for roam clearing, so if you're worried about the roam game, it's not a bad pick. But there's still other operators you can get rid of, like a Nomad, other things like that. But there's the Jackal. On the defense, though, there's a lot of open opportunities here.
Yeah, I mean, getting rid of that Jackal, like you say, it offers a lot of freedom. And looking down to that bottom floor site again, and towards the top floor site, those roamers can have a lot of impact. There are a couple of really important choke points on this map. One roamer, close it all down. Mirror, though, is also going to be banned out. Something I've seen quite a bit, actually, in the NECC is Jackal and Mirror, their operators teams just really don't like playing against, and, well, there's a very good reason why. The Black Mirror Shield, the C4, the Vector, it's all a lethal combination. And even with that Black Mirror, you don't even have to be playing behind it to get the utility. They don't know someone might be playing behind it. They don't know if you're there or not. They have to assume you are. That way it's time, droning, clearing it out, and just even getting close just to melee that window. But we're going to jump into our first round. Cade also taken off the board.
Yeah, the panopticon that the mirror brings, makes people want to police themselves. So gives you that little bit of an edge and slows down the push for sure. Not on the board though. They will still have the Valkyrie cams in play, so that's something to be aware of, but not on the lineup in this round. They are going to opt for some different ops and some ones that I have come to love. Alibi, if you look at her win delta in the most recent release from the patch notes, she has a high win delta rate, meaning she's picked a decent amount and she has a high win rate as well. So that's one of the higher ops that you could see it as being optimal. On the other side of it, they also have Azami, who I really like for addition to any lineup pretty much on any map, any bomb site, because she can really change up any room you want. There's different things that you can throw it on. If there's chairs, if there's couches, you can throw those Azami kunais on it, build up a wall, and just, you know, have your own playground to build. Here it is in the trophy room is where they're opting to do that.
Yeah, I mean, Azami is an operator you can get very, very basic level with it and just get, you know, doorways like that cut off, have that little line of sight, or you can get as creative as you want with it. You can get as complex, as difficult, and just have a lot of fun with it. I mean, you can use it to just get rid of those rotates, and doing so force that soft destruction, or you can just do it to give the attackers a bit of a nightmare. They don't know if someone's playing behind it. It's the Black Mirror all over again. But Defiance, they are going to be looking towards a master bedroom take, have a couple of players over towards that garage side just in case. Mr. Ticklepants is aware of this movement, though. Will be holding nearby him while the drone does drive past. It isn't able to get over that barrier, and, well, actually it will. Spots out that player, and while the call is given, do Defiance want to act on it. The players are nearby. They can start making an approach towards the Azami, but the pieces aren't all in place. They're going to get that drone in, they're going to get that big tower, and they're just going to take their time.
Interesting to see Gridlock brought. I mean, you don't see Flank Watch brought all that often these days, actually, unless it's a very specific situation or map. But Gridlock, and then there's also Nomad, and they're going to walk right into the hands of that Alibi I had mentioned before. That's one tap getting to the kill. That's Exrada off the board to open things up. Only a minute in, but they've lost that Flank Watch. Did not get any Gridlock stingers, which is interesting that they went through on these before running down. So that's a little bit of a waste of utility, but it happens. They do have this Amaru that could play the game changer in this round. They just have to time it and prep it. You know, really, they have to have some other distractions going on, some other pushes. If they're going by themselves, they're just going to be a sitting duck for a defender to look and peek and get that kill onto them wherever they enter. You see the Hibana above is trying to fight someone in Big Tower. They're on T3, and they're just harassing them, just trying to make sure they can't get that wall opened up.
Yeah, just taking time, wasting that time, and just keeping with Snowman up there, like you say. Now the information that these players are still down there is there, but still the defenders, they're causing so much hassle, and in doing so, they're wasting so much time. One tap's able to find a second kill, and Gold Unicorn's going to add on to it. That's the case down over towards that master lobby, and a very, very unsettling start for Defiance. They will be able to down Dicklepants, finishes off that kill, but 45 seconds, defuse it down and in the hands of the defenders, whereas it's not looking like a good start for the attack. They're going to have to rotate around, they're going to have to try and get some coordination when that is going to be where Snowman felled as well. It's all going to be down to MC Awesome, who hasn't actually changed their username since they played Minecraft, which is quite interesting.
Amaru, last-ditch effort doesn't work out. Gully Coast, well, they're going to get that last kill. Pretty easy. That's what I mentioned when I mentioned before. That it's easy, really costs, sorry. Call it costs. But it doesn't matter, they're dead. And we're going to move on to round 2 on the back of one tap, getting a 3K.
That was brutal. Yeah, no, very, very well played coming out from SIU UE Black. They were able to hold those defenders. They had those early advantages come through for one tap. You found that first pick, you found the second one. At that point, then, they could just pull back. They can just play it safe, play the defense. They go towards that master bed, that big tower, sorry, 2 Romans minimum. They're not taking that gunfight alone. They have that refrag potential. Rotate around. You still have that player on site. And like you say, well, there's Frostmats nearby as well. They have the player still on site of Kolikos. And with that, the defenders, they're feeling a lot more comfortable. They really want to take the gunfights. And they can. They were in a really good position from the get-go. Defiance, what I do want to see, just to improve a little bit more, is just maybe tighten up this droning a little bit. You know, have that drone going in before your gridlock's running downstairs, just in case. You never know, because well, what we saw was right now. looking
To
towards us.
piggyback off of that, I do want to highlight, we just saw like 3 drones stack up and all get shot in the beginning round. Like, that's just, things like that, that's going to cost you. I mean, they're already down a few drones, 4 drones, in fact, at the start, before the round even started. So, like, you mentioned they need a drone for their players, but they also need to just keep those drones around.
Yeah, I mean, even shooting 1 drone can have such a massive impact now. Playing down this bottom floor, the bunker play is there. Thorn Trap is nearby. They're trying to catch him with the glass shield, but that Thorn Trap is just a little bit too far. And in doing so, Snowman's able to back up now. Well, Dicklepants can push up. It's not really anything you can do to take advantage of it. Snowman knows this player's going to try and come around. So what you need to do is have a look at where else you can push. Can you go through that main lobby? Can you go down Freezer? That clash is going to make bunker very, very difficult to deal with.
Looks like they're not extending upward really at all. They have 1 player, and that's the Thorn of Kami Puppy up above. And they actually are prepping maybe for a jump out here, potentially. They're going to get a lot of information knowing where these players are. I'm not sure what the look is. Maybe trying to catch someone on that tower doorway on the 2nd floor, but it isn't going to come to fruition. They're going to try and throw a nade just to make the clash back off, but that is now a nade gone, right? And those are precious now. Only 4 ops in the game with the nades, and in this lineup there's only 1 person with nades, and that's one of the 2 you get. There's the Thorn on that backstab, but they're not gonna actually catch anyone because DJ just got up in time and caught them on that flank. As a good opening kill, now Defiance have an advantage for the first time really in this matchup so far.
Yeah, but you can't really take too much away from both teams at the moment. We're only 1 round in. Gold Unicorn's going to be looking to get a little bit of that magic himself. That's 1 Roma taken care of. They haven't dealt with the 2nd, and that's going to be SBK taken off the board. The Valkyrie looks for his 2nd, but Dragon's there to get a kill on the board and just add 1 to their name. Keeping that player advantage, keeping that middle floor clear, and now, granted, 1 less player, but you're going to have to look for this execute very, very soon. Clash is forced back off the main stairs and doesn't have the gun out. That's huge. 1 Tab's going to get down. Dicklepants has to get aggressive as Kolikos is also holding these angles. But a minute left. 2-player advantage in Defiance. They can just go for this execute. The question is, how coordinated will it be? Are they going to put Dicklepants in a difficult position? It looks like they will. And Kolikos has to come and help out. Snowman able to find that frag. The plant's starting to go down. It's all down to the clash. With 35 seconds left, you have the SMG. You have the time to slow them down, but the diffuser goes down. You don't know where these players are holding, but you know there's someone towards bunker. It's not looking good. You're able to find 1 kill. But Dickleplants, they have to find 3 more.
I think they passed an Osa shield with the clash. Like, this is a rough situation to be in. It was a 1v4, so it's already rough in that case. But they could win the gunfight stuff. They peek out. That's a 1-on-1 taken, but McAwesome is going to shut down the opportunity for Dicklepants and get an even round count on the board.
Yeah, I mean, like we said at the end of the 1st round, well, it was well played by the side of black, but that was only 1 round. Defiance, they came back, they ironed out a couple of these issues very quick. They did have that flank coverage. You can argue it came through a little bit late when we saw the ace get that pick onto Kolikos, but it was there. You were able to find that frag, you kept that player alive. Granted, you lost someone else down the line, but the refrag was there as well. Very happy with how that round played out from Defiance because they slowed things down. They said, okay, well, we have a player advantage. Let's take advantage of it.
At least they have a dog.
Not really sure what happened there. Dicklepants, you were right there, buddy.
The doc can stem him back up. I mean, Rook is at half HP, so you might want to do that. I would suggest it, but I guess we'll find out. They do have the Rook armor as well, so they're pairing up some armor with some help. But, the patch, there was a patch today. I didn't get to check out exactly what it was. I'm wondering if some of those changes came through that they were talking about. Yes. Doc's supposed to get a bailiff, and the shield pads here, Rook armor, is going to be allowing people to self-revive. But I don't know if that's what the patch today was for. By the way, that is a change that will be coming soon.
So, Doc has now got that bailiff secondary, so can make the rotates. Rook has the ability to use withstand with that armor. So now all the defenders, they do have the possibility of that second chance. It's not a big one, but it's caused a lot of controversy in Rainbow Six Siege for different reasons, don't get me wrong. But now, Defiance, they have that potential of having to face each defender twice, making every single shot count, Wes. Moving over towards that main tower, they are going to encounter Gold Unicorn. Has the droning been done? Do they know about this Valkyrie playing nearby? From the looks of it, X-Redder, no, does not know. That first pick going to go through for the defenders.
Well, Dragon's going to fall as well to Kami Puppy. That's 2 opening kills right off the bat here for SIUE Black. And not even a minute into the round. So that's pretty rough for the attackers. At least they have plenty of time, and their hard breach is still alive with the Osa shield. So this is very doable still. It's just going to take a lot of effort and a lot of teamwork here to try and isolate some 1v1s, get some kills. And, well, it's going to only go worse now. McAwesome taken out by the 1-tap, and it might have been a 1-tap. It sounds very close to it. Maybe just a couple bullets more, but still a nice headshot. And, well, Kami Puppy's going to get on the action. It's not a flawless round, but it should be over here. As Kami Puppy, I think, maybe got a triple or a quad, but nonetheless, very impactful in this round.
Yeah, I feel like it comes down to those opening picks. It comes down to just a little bit of droning coming through yet again from the side of Defiance. So just signing that up, I feel like we did have a player that could win that gunfight with Snowman. But it just came down to that lack of information. They didn't know Gold Unicorn was there. That meant that you get a little bit caught off guard. Immediately, that second frag came through for the side of Black, and they hit the ground running. Very well played from them, very good crossfires. And eventually, when you do come down to that end round, playing together, going for that double peak, going to just cut them off completely, keep them in that bunker, don't let them push up. Like I said, not a flawless round, but it might as well have been, in my opinion, because that's what it was. It was a very, very dominant round from the side of Black. Defiance, what I want to see is just that droning. It's just a little thing, but it's also a big thing, if that makes sense, Wes.
Oh, it definitely does, right? It's the small things that matter. I mean, oftentimes the things that'll end a marriage, for example, is just the little things over time building up until the people just are sick of each other. It builds up resentment. In this case, it's not obviously the same exact situation, but it builds up problems is the point, right? You start to miss some... All right, that's a little dark, but it's this, it's a thing that can be cross-categorical is the point, right? You let little things just build up, it's going to get in the way later on, right? It's like the story of this dragon I remember seeing. It's a children's book, and they just keep ignoring the dragon. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger until, you know, it's taking your house and running away with it. So, I mean, you just got to take care of those problems. And droning in this game is the fundamental thing, especially for attackers, right? Like, you have to drone in, or else you're just going to take one-on-one fights with no information. That's an advantage for the defenders almost always. Yeah,
it's what we touched upon at the very, very start. It's this droning, it has to be locked on. It has to be perfect. It has to at least have a plan on where these cameras need to be, how you're going to keep these cameras. Otherwise, like you say, you're going to hand the defenders the advantage. Now, we do have this player over towards that big tower again. Looking over towards Armory, one to get the cutoff onto Aroma, but MC Awesome's actually going to be the first to find the frag. Opens up that master bedroom, opens up Trophy. And now, well, you do have an entry, you can get that wall open. Gold Unicorn drops down below, but doesn't have a C4 to take control of it. Only 1-tap does. Now, Gold Trap, with that player up on Big Tower, is in a very difficult position. Has to go around, has to get exposed, and will get picked up by a beautiful flank cover from the Hibana. Very pleased with that, actually, because that's something I didn't expect to see a couple of teams pulling off in this level. Still good, though.
Kami Puppy going to get a refrag at least on the DJ, so it's going to try and bring it back. That's also the hard breach dead, so that could be impactful. But if you look at it, they have 3 hard breaches, and they're already in sight starting to plant. So that's going to be dragging to get that plant down. The defenders are going to try and push in, but McAwesome is on the coverage. Kami Puppy at least gets a sucklet on the round, but now it's a post-plant 2v3 situation.
Yeah, 2v3. Not looking good for the side of Black. They have to push together, but right now, only Kami Puppy's playing over towards that stairs. Gets the eyes onto MC Awesome, but has to push forward, has to confirm that kill. Time to kick down. 1-tap has to move in as well. Slowly walking through that trophy, you have to wait. And if you don't push 1-tap, you're going to have to force that dock into that 1vx scenario, and they're not going to be able to land that 1 point of damage onto MC Awesome. Has to push through. Will it be able to find a kill? Make that 3 in this round. Pushes forward. Isn't spotting the player over on the balcony. Gets down, and 1-tap is nowhere near and not able to get that defuse. That's a very good play coming down for Defiance. A very strong entrance to the round, and it seems like we're playing tic-tac-toe inside of the round counter.
Yeah, back and forth, back to even in this case. 2-2. I will say, just a small thing. Obviously, it's a 2v3, so it's a hard round anyway. So this isn't like the end of the world, but it kind of is if you want to like start improving, right? Because you cannot sit over in Big Tower where the plant is already on site far away from you and you didn't rotate the entire time. His teammate was in a 1v3 basically trying to get that diffuser. He gets a kill and then can't do anything. That player at the end there needed to rotate immediately as soon as that plant went down. Like, they could not afford to sit over there. They were hoping for a freebie, but there's no positions watching that plant unless it was big window. So, I mean, that's a lack of information maybe, but either way, it's just not a good idea anyways in a 2v3 to sit all the way that far away from site. Like, you have to pair up and go for the diffuser together, and they didn't do that. So that's just a fundamental thing. I'm not going to, like, I almost said a different word, but I'm not going to harass them about it too much. But it's just something to keep in mind as we move forward. Again, just like who's going to make the most mistakes. That's just one right there.
Well, I do want to add on something interesting you mentioned earlier that maybe might be coming into play. Just warming up, just getting that little bit of synergy, just getting that little bit of coordination in there, just to have that kind of sense of mind to do something like that. At the moment, though, both teams are level, so it's, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, and we will see Black returning to this bomb site. They've won it once, they've lost it once. I'm interested to see how this plays out, because if they are able to win it, then that might say, okay, let's go back down to that bottom floor. We won it, we can win it again, let's do it. If they don't take this, I think I'd like to see them on a different site. I mean, I don't know, I'm just a sucker for variety, Wes.
I mean, variety does, it's the spice of life, I believe is what the phrase is, right? And it's a phrase for a reason, We got to make sure that we don't get bored, and you don't want players to get bored. I think in Valorant, that's something we see often, is like you'll sit, and it happens in Siege too. You might have a certain, well, that's a jump out, so that's definitely keeping things lively, and that's going to be a kill for Kami Puppy, and gets away with it. And he's docked, so he can heal himself up. So DJ, the hard breach, one of them, dead. Now you only have 2 in pocket, so they're, mindful that they could lose someone at least, so they have all those hard breachers. But, with a Kali on board, that that's a gun that's not all that great, so it does kind of hurt you to lose the AK.
Yeah, relying on that SMG isn't the best thing in the world. It's not a comfortable situation for a lot of players. So like you say, losing that AK can have a big impact. Looks like Defiance, they do want to go for that split push. They do want to put the pressure on both sides. I'm really happy with that, but X-Rider will be taken off the board. That carry sniper rifle taken away as well. Snowman, no! You see that breach? That's just a little bit too far away, and in doing so, that's one you have to prone through.
Oh, no.
And with the drop coming through, Kami Puppy's able to find another kill. Dragon finds one of their own, but one tap compounds it. And Black, they look like they are set for another round. The player on games window has to rotate around. Claymore will find a kill, but how impactful is it? You got 1 minute left as Dragon. They have to look towards, well, how are we going to use this time? Are we going to try get this win, or are we just going to take a second, think about it? What's happened? What's gone wrong? Dragon looks to be peeking this window. Maybe goes to give it a little bit of the old college try. We'll do a bit of damage. Doesn't land that killing blow, and 44 seconds left. Got to rotate around.
It's kind of buying time, hoping someone feeds into him so he can have a 1v2 on site. That'd be more doable, but at this point, no one is doing so. Doc almost gave him something, but the run out's going to catch him. That's Kami Puppy doing it. They started the round by jumping out, ends the round with jumping out, keeping that consistency, and giving SIUE another win.
Yeah, that was a very strong round from the get-go. I mean, that jump out, I don't think Defiance are ready for it. Black, they had a really good idea with going for it. Caught them off guard, caught that hard breacher. Immediately putting them on the back foot, follow up with the Kali. That's a 2-player disadvantage in the first 30 seconds. As one Defiance, it really knocked them, you could tell. They slowed down a lot when it came to actually going around for these pushes. And that top floor Oregon, you've got to go for that 2-sided push. You've got to go for Master Bedroom. You've got to go for Trophy. Or you've got to have that second front. You can't just have the whole team pushing through one area. And that's what really, really screwed them over. The player of Habana, Snowman, was stuck up in Big Tower. Didn't have anybody watching the cameras. Didn't have anyone able to drone in anyway. So you get that breach open, but they know exactly where you are. You try and make something happen, Kami Puppy's waiting for you. They were able to isolate these attackers, and in doing so, they just handed themselves around. Very well played from Black. The Defiance, it's your last attacking round, so it's really all or nothing on this side. 3-3 split and a 4-2 split, they're very different, aren't they?
It can be. I will say that this map, you know, 4-2 split isn't even that bad, really, on attack. I mean, you'd hope for the 3-3, but 4-2 is definitely comebackable, and so they've already done their job of like getting the minimum requirement, which is the 2-4 split. So if they can get this around, they'll probably feel pretty good. SIUE, the black, I think the pressure is more on them to try and get that 4-2 split, so they can go on their attack and, you know, not have to worry so much about having to be super successful on that side. Kami Puppy though, very aggressive last round, and they're doing it again. They're going to peek out over from small tower, look towards big tower, hoping to catch them. And they know that they like to attack big tower pretty heavily. Every round, there's almost always a presence from Defiance. In this case, though, not coming in the way that they expected it to.
Yeah, and I feel like this is Defiance saying, well, last round, what can really go wrong? I mean, worst case scenario, you get that 4-2 split, like you said. One Tap's watching, very much aware of these players over towards Bunker. The drones are coming through. Will the drones be caught off? That's a very big question. And like you say, they are looking over towards that main lobby. They are thinking about that second avenue of attack. Does it have to be that big tower? No, it does not. X-Redder is looking at that opening pick, will do the damage to One Tap, but doesn't unfortunately find that all-important headshot. Will leave that Goyo to retreat. And that Vector and Goyo playing Shaiko, that's been lethal so far. We've seen him pick up multiple kills playing from that position. And right now it looks like One Tap might want to go for it. You can tell that he does. But the line of sight just isn't there. The Chanka Shumikas will be coming in to support. Slow things down. Give you a breather. Players still in big tower. I'm not sure I'm liking that. Whereas you do have these roamers still just keeping things exciting.
I mean, the hard part, too, is that there is Goyo on the board, too. So, I mean, you already have Shumika's buying time. You're not even near sight, really, yet. You still have to get the hatches opened up. And you have Gold Unicorn on the flank, potentially. I mean, there's just so much that they are not accounting for. And the shots are being whiffed, unfortunately. Dragging down to literally 1 HP. It doesn't know where he even got shot from. So, Gold Unicorn has a chance here to finish off the kill, but they can't do it. The whiffs come back to haunt them. Dragon's going to clean that up. But at the very least, Kami Puppy and One Tap are going to take out X-Rada and Wiz Snowman, respectively. Still, plant could go down here from DJ.
And indeed it is. Looking for that plant to go down. MC Awesome will find one kill, make that two. Isn't able to find a third in time to help that plant go down, but the pistol comes out. Finds Kolakos. It's all down to One Tap 77. Pushes towards Laundry, finds one kill, but it's down to MC Awesome. Goes on the aggression, but One Tap finds it. Closes things down and gets a 4-2 split for the defensive side. MC Awesome, I've got to be honest, I'm really enjoying the opportunities they're creating. Didn't work out that round, but not one kill, but two. Plan starts to go down, you're able to give that cover, give that support that your team need. And while you're unable to find, you're falling at that last hurdle, unable to find that last kill, I'm liking the opportunities that are coming up so far already from MC Awesome. And this is just map one. This is the first couple of rounds. This is when you start getting the cobwebs off your system, start getting into the groove of things, and start going at it with everything you've got. And that's something I expect Black to be doing, especially with this operator pick if they stick it.
It was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, I mean, after that death from Dragon getting the kill on the Gold Unicorn, I thought, wow, that's a rough way to start the round. And then 2 kills coming back in quick succession for SIU. I mean, that was really the difference maker right there, because even though they lost some kills to McAwesome, like you're saying, it didn't matter because you still had burned enough time and gotten some kills, so you were in a decent position. And then the great thing was that One Tap knew where those last 2 were. They knew where they're trying to plant before. They knew things had been disrupted. So, I mean, that's the positive thing. It was still really close between the 2 teams. It came down to the 1v2, and it just happened to go in favor of SIUE Black, but still, nonetheless, a good job, a valiant effort from Defiance. Now they get to try their defense, though, and they're bringing a relatively similar lineup, but there's some new ops that we haven't seen too much, like Castle, Aruni, and Ward.
Yeah, and Blitz coming onto the lineup from Kolakos, wanting to bring that aggressive push to the front, and an operator like Warden, very, very good pick for this. Obviously, being able to see through that Blitz, being able to see through that flashbang that might be coming through, just gives you that little bit of advantage, especially if there's that follow-up player coming through behind. Defiance, I really don't want to say this map is a write-off. They've played very well so far. They've had beautiful shining moments in quite a number of these rounds. So I feel like this game could still go either way. SIUE Black, they are doing their droning, doing their due diligence, making sure this master bedroom is clear. Do they track armory? Do they have that peace of mind, that just little niggling thing in the back of their head saying, you've got to check this, you can't just leave it? Dicklepants will take advantage of that fuse charge, the hole that's left inside the castle barricade. There's one that wants to push forward, able to find the head. MC Awesome's going to fall as well, and a beautiful start of the round for the attacking side.
2 kills to open things up. Halfway about now, and they've gotten the ground too, as you can see, starting to encroach onto site. It's gonna be a wow, I can never say his name. Kalkikos. Well, Kami Pup is gonna find the kill. Is gonna get the DJ kill. Wiz Snowman gets 1, but 1 tap instantly refrags. It's all up to Extra, and they're in a 1v4. Plant should be going down relatively soon. They're not even near site. They're being hunted. They could give him the 1v1, but that is also a shield player of Blitz. So, I mean, even that's not like a freebie if they push at him.
Attackers activate.
Yeah, X-Redder, you have a very difficult situation. You have to be aware that that player is chasing you, but you're also aware of the fact that plant is going down. Playing over towards White Stairs, Yuruni has to make something happen. Going to have to cross into multiple lines of sight. 4 players, one of them right behind you, hunting down. The audio cue the Renegade gives away the position. You know where the diffuser is, but the ping comes out, doesn't land the shot. It's going to be Kami Puppy with the Han Solo pistol, closes the round out and gives SIUE Black their first attacking round. Very nice stuff. Very much a fast and aggressive round.
Not as cool. He had to use 2 shots. He got the first shot, but he still shot afterwards because he wasn't confident, you know. So I'll give it a 5 out of 10. It's all right. It's a decent shot.
Also the accuracy. 50%.
Yeah, I mean, but just the second shot, you know, it's like you could have just 1-tapped, look cool, look away. Kind of. You had a second shot. I don't know. Not as cool. Not as cool. Could have been. Should have been. Would have been.
Yeah.
But up 5-2.
So we don't judge, do we? We don't judge at all, do we? Very good start for the side of SIUE
Born to judge.
Black.
Born to judge. That's my brother's phrase.
Born to judge, falls to cast. Yeah. So the attacking side, they've got a very good start coming out the game now. They've picked up that opening round on the attack, and in doing so, that's a 3-point lead. And 3 rounds of Siege, huge if you could take advantage of it. I expect a lot more aggression to come through as well, but Kolkikos, I think, wants to slow things down. Brings that Monty instead. We're seeing the fuse taken off as well, in favor of the Ace, the Capital coming through. That's something that
putting
interests
ADS behind the shield.
5 seconds left.
I'm not trying to be like mean here, but like that's the basic thing. You want the shields to stay alive. You need the ADS in front to catch things that are going to hit them. But both shields are in front of the ADSs, so it's a bit scuffed. But we'll see how it pays out. I don't know.
I'm going to add a note if you are thinking of using a setup like this. You want to have the rotate on the other side of the wall as well. If you see where X-Red had put that rotate and was moving through it, or Dragon, sorry, you'll notice, okay, that anyone coming around that corner has a much wider swing. It's a much easier time to get their eyes onto you going through that rotate. So, potentially, get the one closest to the wall. You don't have to overexpose. You can just pull back quite safely. But Kolkikos is looking to get a little bit in the faces of the defenders. Moving in with that multi-shield into Blue Bunk, and they know there's a player on that pillars. They're very much aware of that player there, as well as the player on 90. The question is how they're going to deal with it. Capital going to have a huge impact here. Those flames can flush out these players, but the gun can also kill them as well. X-Rider taken off the board as Kolkikos loses some HP to that smoke canister, as that wall should be getting rotate reinforced right about now. In doing so, though, with that kill, they are ceding control of pillars. Kami Puppy's able to find a second kill on the back, as does Dicky. Yeah, Dickle Pants, there we go. I nearly said something wrong, Wes, but we're all good. And now the Romas are coming back to sight. Snowman has that shotgun in hand. Here's a Claymore goes down, gets the impact, gets the down, and will be finishing off the player. But half the round's gone, and it's only the Kavira left on the board.
Oh, man, I'm sorry. I'm laughing. That's funny. All right, well, 1v4 again. We've seen this situation. It doesn't go well. This is why Cav is kind of rough, though, you know, because you have a gun in hand that you have to get it down and get an interrogation, or else it feels kind of a waste. It's really not the greatest operator to bring unless you get that interrogation. That's about the only good thing it does for you. And they didn't even push near the cap, so that whole play of being up above and roaming just didn't work out. They literally just bulldozed their way through blue and got site control. So That's rough. You want someone playing on tarps. You want to put more pressure from pillar through that side wall in electric box that they had not reinforced. Right, that's the whole point of reinforcing one side, so you can kind of peek through the soft wall and shoot towards blue. They were not doing that. They were not playing tarps. So all you had is 2 people, maybe, or 1 person in the elbow, trying to play off those shields without anyone supporting them. So, I mean, that just allowed the attackers to play right through it. If you don't have crossfires, it's another fundamental thing, as we're talking about fundamentals a lot. Droning, right? The utility placement, like putting those things in front, knowing where the rotations go, but even just having the crossfires. Like, just some of these basic things. I mean, these are the lower division teams, so we kind of expect them to have some mistakes, but right now, it's just costing them pretty heavily, and SIUE are just taking advantage of it.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, I think it comes down, even just say, okay, well, the smoke canister's going off. Go for the swing. Take that gunfight. Instead, they allowed Commie Poppy to just get aggressive with the Capital and finds that pick. Opens things up. Right now, SIUE Black, very good position. They're on match point already. Like you say, though, they did just push in, but I feel like there's a lot more to it than just bulldozing in. They had that coordination. They said, okay, Monty's going to push over towards that elbow. You're going to play that support. Right now, Dragon, though, with the Frost, is able to find that opening pick. Takes away Colkey Cost, an operator that's enjoyed the shields quite a bit, I'm not going to lie. But Osa's taken off the board. And we've seen the impact of Osa in these post plants. It's not been good for the defending side. So taking that off, huge play already. I feel like a bigger play to take off, though, it's got to be Commie Poppy. Look at those frags, 16. But MC Awesome doesn't want them. They want to take away the fuse. C4 taking Dickle Pants off the board. And Defiance, well, they are standing defiant. They may only be 1 round away from Clubhouse. But they're not going to make it easy, Wes.
Definitely not. I could have come back, though, but that's going to make it a lot harder. Dragon get the kill on the Golden Unicorn. Now it's up to 1tap and Commie Puppy. They both have a lot of kills, and they're going to continue to get more. That's Commie Puppy up to 17 now throughout. This is the 9th round, so almost getting 2 kills per round. Pretty insane stat. But they have a lot more to do here because their team has fallen apart. It's a 2v4, so despite that kill, still a massive man disadvantage for them. They still have some time, though. They have a half the round now, and they still have each a drone in pocket, I believe, that they can utilize. There's still a Twitch drone in pocket as well, so they still, if they can play this well, play it together, isolate some 1v1s, get those kills, could work out for them, but that's going to be Dragon with a 3rd on the round. 1tap, not able to help out, and, well, all alone, Mick Awesome is going to get that kill on a Commie Puppy.
Yeah, no, I feel like this is what we saw last time that we were on this site, and these 2 players are in that 2 versus 4. They could have played it that little bit tighter together. They could have gone for that crossfire. They could have gone for the refrags. Unfortunately, they kind of pushed into Trophy alone, taking that gunfight. Then they pushed up the white stairs. All credits to the side of Defiance, though. Very well played with that C4. Very well played with the opening pick. Dragon having that vertical angle, just reading into it beautifully. Saying, okay, well, there's a shield. I've got a gun. They can't shoot back. Do the math. It adds up. You find that kill. You open things up. C4 comes through from McAwesome. Beautiful as well. Taking away Dickle Pants. I feel like a lot of the Black's attack was riding with Dickle Pants. Taking that fuse, getting that utility off the board. Zafir could just push through. The Osa was meant to push through Trophy as well. A lot of things went wrong very early for Black, and you've got to say, Defiance, it was earned. It wasn't lucky stuff that they were given. They took gunfights that they earned. They got kills that they earned with C4s, for example. And then towards the end game, like you said, the attackers needed to do. They needed to cut off those players just one by one. And in doing so, that's how we saw the defenders win.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Well, on to the next round, as they say, and this is a bomb site that kind of fell apart last time. We had highlighted why. We'll see if they've made the adjustments necessary to have a little bit more success, at least in the opening parts. But Capital, with that Gon 6 recently added, is going to use that just to open up that barricade and start droning out. You see McAwesome pushing up, but they're going to get droned out, and they know it, so they're going to back away. This could be a good Rotero drone, getting rid of that shield, and it will indeed. They push in. There's a Wub there, a Malusi Banshee, and if you want to know what the Wub means, that's going to allow them at least to take some space. And you can see, again, a problem is that MC Awesome or Mick Awesome or however you say his name, he's alone here. There is no one else here. No one's playing Tarp. No one's playing Pillar. If they drone this out and figure that out, they could go for a fast execute again.
Yeah, my biggest worry about this is Elbow hasn't been reinforced at all. MC Awesome pulls back. Doesn't reinforce it at all. Will be playing towards Pillar now. It is looking to get on that aggression, but Dragon's going to be taking that rifle, that SMG, in a gunfight against the players like Commie Poppy, like One Tap, with the Rotara drones coming through. Get that reinforcement done, get that line of sight cut off, and while Snowman plays above as well, alongside SBK, alongside the Banshee, the Wub Wub, nothing's really going to be happening, especially on site. MC Awesome gets taken down to low HP and finished off by Dicklepants, but not before getting a pick. Dicklepants looks for the second one, is able to find the player into Laundry. They don't know that site is open. The drones aren't there on site to give them the information. They need to speed things up, whereas Defiance, they've just got to come back to site. SBK takes out the Yana, takes out Gold Unicorn. And this is time that Defiance desperately need. If SIUB Black can get a plant down here, it can be devastating. But Defiance don't have the players in place. They don't know the plant is going down. Snowman surely has called it out, knows that the multi is there, spots the plant going down, but the cover is there from the attackers. Does not get the kill, and suddenly 40 seconds left. The defenders, they have to turn into attackers. They have to make something happen. SPK is able to find that first pick, goes to the reload. 30 seconds. Might not be enough, though, with Dicklepants playing over towards this electrical box. C4 goes through, does the damage, doesn't find a kill. The swing comes through from X-Redder, but Dicklepants is waiting, finds a third kill. Can you find another? No, you can't! Defiance somehow keep in the game.
Yeah, the 3v3 post-plant positioning just not on point. They weren't aware of where those angles were going to be. The defenders could retake, and they get beaten down from different sides, different backsides sometimes. Even that was the opening pick, for example. And then Montaigne just getting harassed by a different utility. The coverage for the Montaigne there was just, they were sitting on a diffuser that had 3 different angles to watch: the rotate, the freezer angle, and then elbow itself. So it's just not a great position for the Montaigne to be, especially when you're having a very passive secondary post-plant position in closet by your other person who actually has a rifle in their hand. So that's just, it's just small things. If you just got to plan for that. Like, where are our post-plant positionings? That should be planned out. That's why coach is always really nice to have. I don't know, some schools are clubs, so they don't have the coach, but that means that they have to do it themselves, right? They have to sit down and make those plans. And that's a huge emphasis. It's post-plant positioning.
Yeah, I mean, personally looking towards that setup with those operators, I'd want to have that Monty playing just on the elbow, not necessarily on the diffuser, on elbow, enough to make some noise, enough to cause a hassle. You have a player over towards the pillar side, you have a player in that deep little corner, that little nook of cranny, and you have that crossfire over highway. The Monty can call out any players coming laundry, the pillars player can keep an eye on the north stairs and all the way down highway. It's just like you say, it's just ironing out little details. So both teams, they have a lot of work to do after this, but I'm not saying this is bad. I mean, they are playing well, they are giving me little things that are impressing, little bit step by step. For example, Defiance going for that retake, very nicely played with the double peaks, with the position over there. Now, looking into a new round, this is Defiance, they have the momentum, they've just run 2 rounds off the back, and SIUE Black trying to bring things back. That 0 being brought through now, though, will spot out the warden, and doing so gives that team just that little bit more flank watch. This is something we've talked about before. One tap with the Twitch. F2 is going to be taking a gunfight, will be able to find that opening pick, and I feel like getting one tap in the entry there is a huge start for the side of SIU Black.
Yeah, DJ is going to fall, so that's the warden dead. That means if they want to smoke plant, now they have a lot more viability with that, because they have 1 bulletproof. So depending on where that is placed, that's the only other thing that can see through the smokes. You're going to see Gold Unicorn going for an engagement. It's a 1v1 though. No one's running for them. That was their own drone, so they are alone here. That's the dangerous part, and you are the Asas. So I mean, someone else did jump in actually with them, so that's good. Okay, so I was a little concerned they're taking 1v1 engagements. They're going to be pushed up on them, and are they getting the coverage? He's going to get away with Snowman just playing a very dangerous game, but they don't pay with their life. And on the other side of the map, though, down below, is going to be Dragon getting kill onto One Tap, who had the entry themselves. So it's a late one, but it is a refresh.
Yeah, but looking back at this, Snowman, you're going to be kicking yourself. Dicklepants staying alive with those fuse charges is going to cause a massive amount of problems for the defensive side. Gold Unicorn with the Osa able to find the pick, and doing so now, those fuse charges will start to go off unabated. In doing so, the defenders pushed off of these comfort positions. Now, attackers, they have a potential to push onto site, as Kolkikos will do. MC Awesome losing the lines of sight. That's going to stop any support from coming through or any plant from going down. 1 minute left on the clock. A little bit more soft destruction could be done from the side of SIUE Black. But right now, they're exactly where they want to be. Gold Unicorn able to find that pick as X-Redder looks to get the flank, looks to get that vertical control, and just get things back in the side of the defenders. Can you fend off a Clubhouse? Well, it's not going to be MC Awesome who's able to do it. X-Redder pushes forward, has to find this plant and stop it going down, but the Monty's tucked into a corner. While they're able to find one player, Dickle Pants goes down, the fuse is taken off the board, but those charges have already been used. The post-plant positions are there, Wes, and this could just be it.
1v3 for X-Redder, and it's a long one, too. They have to get all the way into dining. There's 2 players watching that. One behind an Asta shield, one behind their own shield, the Montaigne, and then, of course, you have Zero playing in the shower corridor, waiting for the other push, which would come through the double door here. And they've actually backed away a little bit, which could give an opening for X-Redder, but there's no time. It's a 7 and some seconds diffuser, and they are down to 14, so they're already halfway through here. They need to find 3 picks. It's not going to happen. And that's going to be the round and map 1 by SIUE Black. Map 1 goes to them.
Yeah, very interesting game, actually. A lot of positives from both teams, but a lot of things to work on when we do come to the VOD review, when we do come to the break. I feel like post-point positioning is a big thing for myself, as well as that drone usage. Those are the 2 points I want to see these teams being able to pick up on during the next map. If they're able to do that, we can really start to see one of these dominant teams emerging. Don't get me wrong, we start to see it. I mean, Southern Illinois, they were able to pick up a lot of rounds off the back of each other very early on, but we did see the side of Defiant bring it back just that little bit. I mean, 1 round could have gone to overtime, Wes, so that's map 1, and a lot closer than it could have been, or should have been, who knows?
Yeah, who does know, but we'll take a short break before we get to Clubhouse, that second map, and see, you know, if we're going to go to 3 maps or not, so we'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, Oregon, 7-4 victory to the side of Southern Illinois Black. Very, very well played coming from them. A very, very strong performance coming through, but not to undo the work of Defiance. They did very well as well. They had a lot of positives coming through that last game. They were able to bring it back a couple of times, and that was Oregon. That was one of our two very base level maps, very fundamental settings of maps. I'm McCready, joining me is Wes. Wes, what can we expect on a map like Clubhouse?
Some default stuff, that's for sure. A very balanced map as well, so there's no side that really has an advantage here. You'll see, depending on the region, of course, CC is definitely falling out of favor still. I mean, that's just like how it is.
Oh yeah, I think that's across the board, to be honest.
Yeah, but outside of that, you'll see gym, bedroom, and basement. And, you know, depending on the region, it is actually kind of mixed because in NA, I think it was that basement actually did have the worst defender rate, which is weird because every other region's the best site, right? So it's just strange. So, I mean, I don't know what to expect on this map because every team's different. And these are two teams that, you know, you haven't necessarily seen all the fundamentals checked. And this is a map where you need good droning. I mean, there's just so many hatches to drop down. There's so many flanks that can happen. So, I mean, if the drones aren't on point, there's a lot of potential for defenders to just wreak havoc. And we already saw that the attack of both teams last map were pretty scuffed at points, even the post-plant positioning like we had mentioned. So, I mean, that's just going to be something that I'm going to be watching out for at the very least, just to see how well can they improve on those attacks here, because it's going to be required.
Yeah, I mean, anyone can defend Clubhouse, let's be honest. Getting a good attacking side on Clubhouse is a big one. Now, Defiance, they've definitely bucked the meta. They've definitely bucked the trend and said, right, we're gonna use our bans very, very specifically. We're gonna say, right, Monty, Azami, off the board. You guys had a really good presence with them, so get rid of them completely. So you're looking at Cold Kickoffs. You got to be forced onto that blitz, which isn't the same presence as a Monty. It's you got to play a lot faster with the blitz. The speed's there. You don't have as much cover. At that point, I mean, you look at that and say, well, the Monty's gone, so they've targeted the play style that comes with that operator. So at that point, well, you might just want to go to an operator like Thermite, like you say. I do want to say, though, one tap with that F2 was brutal in the last game, and they have been allowed to keep that F2. That Twitch is still on the board. Right now, though, it is going to be CC, Wes.
I mean, remember that Kami Puppy, which, interestingly enough, has been placed on the Kali, which, I'll be honest, Kali is not that useful. You have EMP grenades now as backup weapons, like things, utility. You could use that. You have a Glaz and a Kali, too. It's like, do you really need two snipers? Like, I'm just... little nitpicky things, but it's like it really does hurt your team comp when it comes to your fragging potential here.
5
Like,
seconds left before insertion.
I think that instead of bringing a Kali ever, really, you could just bring those EMPs in the pocket of a Lion, for example. Then you have a Gone 6 backup, you have a good AR, and then you have the Lion gadget itself, right, which is really strong. So, I mean, just overall, it's going to be more useful. They haven't reinforced any of Garage. So they could easily get control and get underneath the rafters, throw some stuff up at them, and clear it out and take that control.
It's one of those things, like, reinforcing that garage position would be absolutely huge. I mean, SIUB Black, they don't have that Habana, they don't have that secondary heart breach. That wall, you'll have to rotate the Kali around or waste a lot of ammunition to deal with it, although I think that player in rafters. Right now, though, Southern Illinois, they don't want to go for it. So immediately I'm looking, okay, I'm expecting a CC construction take. I do not expect them looking to take garage without that control over towards that bottom rafters. A minute off the clock, though, the fuse charges go off. The thermite charges are going to be ringing out as well.
Scared of a bandit trick, but there's no bandit.
So. That's why you bring the fuse. You stop the bandit trick with the fuse. The breach is going to get opened, another fuse charge goes off, and nothing will be seen from either team just yet. SG Mucci, I believe a sub coming through. He's going to be looking for that opening pick with the DMR playing rafters, but realizes it's a very important position. You've got to play it safe. You can't overpeak. So I feel like getting that pixel, being very, very careful, allowing X-Redder to come around towards that bottom garage, you're playing it very well, especially without that presence on garage wall.
This is an example here of like why droning could be really strong. For example, the player down below in garage, the walls are soft off to the west side. They did not reinforce those bottom garage walls. You get a drone on them, you ping them, someone just wallbangs them, bam, dead, easy kill. So like just things like that could have been seen at a higher level, but just these teams aren't aware and they're just not utilizing those drones. So it's something I'm just going to harp on a little bit more because it could make a huge difference. And look at what happens when you don't drone. Like they just don't know that someone's playing so close. At bottom of garage, Extra going to be the one to capitalize on that. Gets the kill on to one tap, and we're going to see the laying down Callie is going to get found out as well. So that's Kami Puppy dead as well. Extra with the double on the round.
Yeah, and being able to find that opening pick while this push on Breach has pretty much just stalled. And now, you're looking downstairs, you're looking at red stairs, the push has to come through. X-Rider looks to the jump out, looks to the kill, and isn't able to find it. But a boy will find that frag, will be able to just use that vector to its full extent. And doing so, 30 seconds left on the clock. Nothing really to work with for the side of SIUE Black. It's tripping me up, but they're trying to trip up the defenders, and it's not really working so far. I'd say just take this, pull back a little bit, let the Defiance have the round. Okay, what went wrong? How are we going to work from here?
Yeah, at the very least, you get some consolation kills, and that's about it. The round's going to be done in like 2 seconds. I guess Dragon will find the last. But like you said, they need to talk about this, figure out what can they do. And one big thing they could do is just drone more. Like, just get that information. It's so important in this game. If you don't have any information, like we said before, that's going to be hugely impactful for the defenders because they can just play anywhere. And you wouldn't expect it. It could be the dumbest position. But if you're not expecting it and you're not droning it, that's going to hurt you.
Now, a huge shout out to Buddha Boy and SG Mucci coming in. They're going to be subbing in for the side of Wiz Snowman and SBK DJ for Defiance. Hopefully, I want to see them being able to fill in some of these gaps that we've seen. I mean, it's something you brought up, Wes. Some of these fundamentals, especially on attack, stuff like droning, stuff like that coordination, not just Defiance, but in the server as a whole. That's something that I expect these players to be brought in to deal with. They've got an Aruni. They've got a Mute. These are players that can gel a team around them if they're used correctly.
I'm concerned that they're going to rely a lot on that Montan because they were bringing it every attack. Now that it's banned, they're going to try and bring the Blitz now. But before, you didn't see too much of a dynamic push because they wouldn't go for any like other avenues. They'd go through one thing, which was elbow last time, right through the blue trench area of Oregon. Now what are they going to do? Like, they only will try to go through the wall really last time. Maybe through garage as a last second like thing to try and clear out that Raptors fire, and then they weren't even droning it, you know? So it's like, if you don't have a Montagne to lean on, what does your attack look like? Is that like your crutch? Can you actually do something without him? Like, that's going to be the story here for SIUE Black. They need to show us that they can still get attacks without relying on a shield character to, you know, just bulldoze into a site.
Yeah, because, I mean, you can, as a team, have an operator that you do round around, you do rally around, you are able to find the picks up, and the big problem is what happens when that operator is removed from the battle, like we're going to see now. SIUE Black, can you cope with your attack without the Monty? Or was it such a key part that you're going to flounder almost and give Defiance that early advantage? Well, for the time being, nothing's set in stone. The SIUE Black, they have gone for that, well, partially tiered attack. Kami Puppy will take a bit of damage, isn't able to land those killing blows, and it doesn't look like a top floor roam clear is going on. So if a dragon was to run upstairs, that could have massive problems in the future. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, but the possibility's there. Nobody holding that long angle, Wes. Nobody making sure that this Frost can't just sprint up. And Slime will be coming
all the way, you know? Like, you just stopped short. Like, you could have looked at stairs and saw a dragon there, but they didn't do it. So it's just things like that, you know? Like, yeah, you droned there, but did you do it effectively? And they didn't. And look at Dragon gets a kill onto Dickle Pants now. Maybe only into a second, but doesn't. Golden Unicorn at least does take him out, so evens it back up, doesn't let that become more of a problem, and then the fuse comes through with their gadget. Kami Puppy finding extra with that, so that's a really good double kill there to open things up for themselves. The angle from Mucci is going to be a problem, though, so they're going to have to throw down some smokes or something to try and get this drop down, to try and get the diffuse put down so they can play post-plant. They can leave someone above. I really hope that they all don't drop. That's another thing that's a fundamental thing. You need someone to hold the vertical pressure, because then they have to go above and clear that player, so don't everyone attack drop, please.
Yeah, they split apart these defenders very, very well. There's a player over towards Dirt, there's a player on box 3 and a player in Church. There's not a lot of work that can be done together. The Flourish of Terror drone will come through to force out SG Mucci out of space. The player drops down. Buddha Boy looks to get control, but is unable to get it. SG Mucci, though, takes advantage of one tap being distracted and finds that pick. Commie Poppy will have an answer, as that blitz is now on site from Cool Kikos. Playing alone, though, the alibi gets pushed, gets down. It's all down to Buddha Boy in dirt. 30 seconds left for the attackers to push, and they do not have that diffuser in pocket. Buddha Boy, though, maybe a little bit eager, starts to push up forward, able to find that blitz, takes that player off the board, takes blue now, but Gold Unicorn is waiting, and Buddha Boy will be taken off as we do see SIUE Black even things up.
That was a really good round from them, bringing it back. Now, there are some still things to clean up. Like, we saw them smoke off Mucci's position on dummies, right, in the back of Armory towards Blue Generator, and it was great, but they didn't actually drop with it, right? They didn't drop with the smoke. So by the time they dropped, there was a line of sight back on the hatch. So, like, it just wasn't timed properly. And then at that point, the player in dirt had also just pushed up and was ready to peek out. And earlier, I think they're actually deep in dirt. So had they dropped with the smoke earlier, they actually would have been safe. But again, just some things that, you know, could have been different, could have been cleaner. And so that's all I'm highlighting. Not trying to be too much a downer, but there's always things to improve on. So I'm just going to highlight those. But I mean, still a good job to come back from that with the diffuser down and not panic, get the kills necessary to win the round.
I feel like a lot of it as well is Defiance just getting a little bit too comfortable with the situation they made. With that play, yes, they were playing it out, and they realized something had to happen, but they had the time on their side, which is that 6th defender. And in that case, even it down to a 4 versus 4.
10 seconds to go.
MC Awesome got a little bit aggressive there, did go for that swing.
5
And,
seconds left.
well, yeah, there's only so much you could do with a blitz pushing you. But then Buddha Boy, if you're playing in that dirt, if that player has the diffuser's control, like you say, you can play a lot safer. It doesn't have to overpeak as much, but it is, at the end of the day, all for a bit of fun. The side of Defiance, the side of SIUE Black, at the end of the day, who cares? Who cares how it ends? You're playing in it for a bit of fun, you're playing to enjoy it. And Buddha Boy right now is going to get a little bit of fun, as that Osa Shield will be meeting them over towards dirt, the player nearby trying to get that pick. Not gonna happen just yet, but there it is.
That fight? Why? I'm just
Why
gonna be
not?
honest.
Why not?
That's not smart. They can just peek off the shield and time it together. You're hoping that that's just a bad timing. You can get the kill on them, but it just doesn't work. It's just not worth the payoff. Just back off. You know they're gonna push in. You can play cross angles here. This is not a great doorway for attackers to push through without any pressure somewhere else. So, you know, Buddha Boy probably should have played their life there. In this case, is the opening death within the first minute. You know they're coming through dirt, so at least there's some info. But still, a gun down isn't going to be helpful for Defiance.
Yeah, for the side of SIUE Black, they know now that they can either go towards that blue area or they could go for Kitchen Hatch. They have that second front. It's something we've talked about a lot. Fuse charges will start to come now. One tap will lose a fair bit of damage, getting that half reach, catch it down, but it will work. MC Awesome looking to try and get a pick. It's going to be shield. It's going to be using that impact nade. Can't get rid of the shield, and just has to waste a little bit of time. Now takes it off the board, but another one's waiting, and no impacts in pocket at the halfway mark. The rest of the attack, they're going to have to look for this push to come through. MC Awesome able to find one tap and takes them down. Well, Cold Kickoffs can revive that player. There's a lot of damage done already. Time being wasted reviving the player. And, well, MC Awesome got a little bit of confidence knowing exactly what's happened. Nietzsche Mike goes down, will give away the information off the push. Dicko Pants able to catch X-Redder on the roam, unaware of the player hiding in stock. And with 1 minute left, Commie Poppy takes some damage, but wants to drop down that hatch. You know this push is coming, Wes. You can feel it.
Buck above and Kitchen could get some vertical pressure. Mucci could not play this position, had one tap, just opened up the floor, but they didn't, and now the kills fall in. One tap themselves is dead. Dicko Pants falls, but you're going to see Kalikikos going to get killed with that Asa, at least to give them back that man advantage that they had earned earlier on in the round. It's a 3v2. Another one falls. Commie Puppy getting McAwesome or MC Awesome, and that is going to leave it up to Dragon, who had gotten a kill earlier. Now they need to do a lot more work in a 1v3. Only about 30 seconds remaining. The plan is going to go down. They're going to have to start pushing in to try and deny this right there for them, and it is. Commie Puppy pops up, gets the kill, and it's another round for SIUE Black.
Yeah, that's twice now we've seen Defiance. They have that defense. They have those players in position, but the problem is at the end of the round, it's just SIUE Black. They're having these little things. Like you say, it's that coverage. Like you say, it's that little bit of peace of mind. Are we going to push this? No, we don't really have to. We don't really want to. They're going to come to us. And in doing so, that's where we're starting to see Defiance start to fall apart. I mean, the early round was interesting. The mid round was really well played from the side of Defiance, but towards the end,
locate and defuse bombs.
that's where it started to slip up. It's, yet again, they don't have enough players to cover all these angles. I feel like X-Redder not being able to being caught off upstairs on the roam, that was huge. Having that vertical play could have been so impactful. But I don't want to just pick on one side. I want to give feedback to both teams. SIUE Black, my biggest criticism of that round, and it's not even that big, it's just a little thing, but was playing over towards dirt. Granted, you have the hard breach gadget to get into dirt. You want to have that A player supporting the OSA, but that soft breach gadget, man, you can have fuse as much as you want, but that soft breach gadget's always going to be a problem.
Back up top to CC and see that they're going for a little bit of a different hold. I don't think the Mozzie was brought last time. It's interesting, Mozzie bought barbed wire instead of a C4, so they only have the Mira with the C4, and this is not a bomb site you oftentimes see a Mira brought. So that's the other interesting thing about this. So we'll see how they utilize those Miras, and this isn't gonna have like the greatest opportunity, but you know, there could have been one here in Rafters maybe, but it's not. And there's no rotate or head holes from Garage. So, I mean, they just have this one here, but it's also looking from sight to red stairs where you'd normally actually have it on red stairs looking in towards construction doors. So this mirror here is in like the opposite position. Usually it's looking the other way. So just some interesting things like that. And then you see one on, like, on a construction wall, which, like, what does that really do for you? Not too much. But they're going to be pushing in through construction. You got to watch out for this flank coming up from the main stairs. We'll see if they have the coverage, but it's not there. It's going to be extra getting that kill. Kyle Kikos does get a kill with the blitz, but they're going to come down and get actually downed by a teammate, killing them once they were down. But one tap does at least take out extra. So some trades back and forth to still come out with an even man count.
Yeah, now I want to talk about that mirror setup a little bit, because when we come to the end now, that's going to have a huge impact. That mirror setup over towards red stairs, like you said, it's facing from site to red stairs. Now, obviously, SIUE, they can open it up. Why it might be playing there, you might ask? Well, Defiance had it there last round, and the push was entirely decided. They went up red stairs and they were able to push, but Ed Dragon able to find one tap, brings things back a little bit. Now these mirror windows are open up. Buddha Boy goes aggressive, finds that kill, and brings things down. TTV, Call Me Puppy, he has to find a pick. He's able to find one. Do they know about the flank? Yes, well, it's covered. The player's dead. There's only 2 players, and they're still playing on site. The problem is now the crossfire can come into play. Holding the angle, using that Osa shield. It goes both ways. Damage is done. Diffuser not in pocket. 1 minute left. Call Me Puppy, you're going to have to go into that line of sight. You either go through this Osa shield and try and get rid of it, or you go through that mirror window. 50 seconds ticking down. Not really sure which way to push, but either way, you've got to make it something happen. Whether or not it works or not, you might as well try.
It's not hitting the shield, so it's not going to destroy it. And there is a red button, almost canister on the side of the shield they have to shoot to destroy it. And there it is. Now it's gone, I believe. But still a 2v1. They can hold cross angles here. This should be a win for Defiance to bring it back to an even round count. But Tommy still has a chance here. But they've just taken so much time off the board. They could have relocated. But now they have to go. They have to dedicate to this push because there's no time to rotate out. So they have to isolate 1v1s. And they're not going to be able to do it. But a boy is going to be the one to win the round for Defiance, bring it back to a 2-2 split.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the mirror setup over towards construction. You said it didn't really have as much impact as in like actual firm impact into the round, but what it did do was the players pushing into construction, there was information on them. The players that want to play that construction door, set up a crossfire at the cash door, they have another angle to worry about. They know that the information is there, or that it could be there. So they're going to struggle. They're going to have that in the back of their mind. They're going to say, well, this player's going to pre-fire me. I don't want to peek that. So then it comes down to that logic player a lot more. And in doing so, well, the defenders, they know a player's not coming from that door. They're just going to cover logic. It's definitely an echo chamber in how that round plays out mentality-wise, but the flank was beautiful. X-Redder able to find not 1 but 2. No, he didn't find that second kill. One tap did you a little bit of a favor there, but that's a blitz off the board. A huge impact kill, takes away the shield, takes away all of that momentum brought to them. Then it's down to Callie. Callie in a buck. And it didn't really go that well, did it?
10 seconds remaining.
Buck was isolated as well. They're alone, so they just
5
get
seconds to go.
deleted by the Vector. Of course, that's a great weapon. So, I mean, you can't discredit that weapon. Mira is not just good for a gadget. She has a good kit. She has a backup shotgun. She has the Vector, which just shreds people, and then a C4. So, I mean, it's a good operator to bring. In that case, I still don't know if the Miras were like the greatest, but they just ended up working out in that case. Could have been used against them had the body count been different, I think. That's the main thing. It just, the situation fit in that case. They're going to push in without droning, and luckily, Kalkikos is going to get the kill under X-Reda, but that could easily have gone the other way had they just not been able to react in time.
Yeah, it's a very risky one coming out from Kalkikos. Like you say, you find that opening pick, but should you have been jumping in like that? Well, not realistically. Now, Kalkikos with that diffuser, if the roam clear, they fell once to it before. They don't want to lose that line of that player again, but Ed Dragon's able to find a kill, the droning, the full sprint, all coming together, or lack thereof, to give that evening kill to player. And yeah, that's diffuser up on that top floor. Now the Jackal scan does come through, but the impact nades on the board allow Ed Dragon to get away, reposition, cover this crossfire, and look towards the main stairs. You recognize the player's going to be there, and in doing so, try to take the gunfight. But just holding the diffuser, this is where this round's going to be won. This is where we're approaching that halfway mark, and Combi Puppy taking damage. Digital Pants, as well as One Tap, both focus on that top floor. Now, we saw Defiance. Their problem was getting drowned on this site. Can they buy themselves just a little bit more time to deal with it?
Down to 1 minute and 20 seconds. They're going to drone and give up on Dragon because I think they have recovered. And actually, someone's going to be pushing up here. They're the only one with diffuser again. Like, why they need to start executing on the site? They either need to dedicate someone to watch this, or do they need to pinch together? But he's going for the 1v1, and he could easily lose it. So that's not great. Yep. So Coding gonna get a kill in the meantime down below, but Dragon and Muchi gonna get kills onto Dickle Pants and Kalkikos. So it's gonna be Gold Unicorn now with Kami Puppy in tandem, trying to win a 2v3 situation. Only 50 seconds remaining, and that's another one falling. Muchi finding another kill on the round. It's all up to Kami Puppy. He had a massive game last map. They find another kill here. It's a 1v2.
Yeah, the blue player taken down and the big opposition pushing onto side taken off the board. Kami Puppy now has that control of that side, but this is something from Defiance coming through to maybe give him that little bit of help as well. That entire triple wall is soft. Kami Puppy has to play it close, has to play down by that mini bar. In doing so, has to play aggressive, is able to find Dragon, downs the player, gets the second as well. Somehow, Kami Puppy yet again makes sure Defiance aren't able to take a win on that bottom floor site. There's so many things that could have gone wrong and realistically did for the side of SIUE Blank. They lost that opening player upstairs. Yes, they got a pick, but they lost a player in diffuser. Half the round was left, and they were still trying to deal with that upstairs presence, which they weren't able to do. The plank goes down, they're losing these players, and then they're put in a very awkward position with that fuse. And I think this is where the fragging ability really comes into it as well. It's all well and good having all the strats in the world. Like you said before we started, even Oregon. If your guns aren't on point, you are going to struggle. You are going to suffer. Now, going to gym bedroom Defiance, this is a position they've been in before and one they find themselves in yet again. 2-3. A 3-3 split on the board on the defense this time. But SIUE Black, they can go for that attacking sided split.
We haven't seen this bomb site yet, so I mean, this could be something that Defiance throws out and can get a win just purely on the surprise factor. And it really does gonna come down to those gunfights. We saw that they had the advantage. This is a 3v1 technically at one point. When you have Kami Puppy on your side, despite a little bit of a quieter map up to that point, you know, they certainly have that moment where they can just come out and shine. They were already, you know, tied for top fragging before that, and then they get those 3 kills to push them up to 8. So now they're leading the lobby in this map. They led the lobby last time, 17 kills, I believe. I don't know if it got any higher than that, but it doesn't matter. It was still a massive influence for their side winning the first map. Here, coming out winning a round like that just shows that they are continuing to stay in the, well, in the server.
very interesting operator to bring on the board. Obviously, we have the Glass. We've seen
That was fast.
quite a bit of the Cali, but like you said, that breach is going to get opened up very quickly from SIU Black. And now maybe the Glass makes a little bit of sense. Look at the lack of reinforcements over towards that bathroom. It's something Defiance. I will say that reinforcement usage hasn't really been impressing me that much in the game. I would like to see a little bit more care and attention brought to it, because now that player on Jacuzzi is going to have a huge impact into the round, cutting off those rotations, but Kokiko's going to open things up. Dickel plans on construction window, finds a second, finds another one, and while Air Dragon does have an answer from down below, you're going to have to get back to site. And X-Redder, you're going to have to coordinate this. The push can come through so quickly from the attackers and close out this half in a very strong fashion.
Yeah, 2 people off site. Dragon's going to try and retake. Gets the kill. I think that's the diffuser as well. You see X-Redder actually flanking, getting the kill onto Kalkikos to put it into a 2v2. So what was a 2v4 now even back up. And it is on the back now of these attackers having to find some answers. Shots coming through, Dragon taking some damage, but then all of a sudden, again, X-Redder not being paid attention to. He had just killed your teammate in that position, and now he gets a kill onto you because you did not respect it. Now one tap in the 1v2 clutch situation. You're going to maybe throw a 4v2 here. That's a rough thing to end the half on, and it'll be even. At least they'll go to defense after this, which could, you know, prove to solve some of the woes that we've seen from SIU, but they're going to try and still clutch it out here. One tap's not done just yet. Now up to the 1v1.
Yeah, pushing up the stairs, the Banshee and the kill, giving away the position of this buck right now. 48 seconds. Diffuser not in pocket. You are going to have to make something happen. The shotgun goes through. It finds the kill and takes out Dragon. A 4-2 split for SIU Black. And just these end rounds, these huge plays coming from these impact players. And it makes you wonder, how much longer can it go on? That's 2 rounds back-to-back for the jaws of defeat that we've seen. And it's been one tap, and it's been Commie Poppy. These 2 players bringing it back each time.
Yeah, 1v3, 1v2.
Yeah, I've got to say, I'm not liking how much of that is coming down to the wire for the side of SUV Black. They can win it out, but they're relying on it a little bit too much. I think a big thing that we could have seen in that last round, maybe Buck down below with that shotgun, using that soft destruction. You see the floor. It is so soft. A Buck could have a beautiful time with it. If you just had Glass wait up a little bit longer, maybe do a bit of droning, maybe check out that cash player, have that Buck doing some vertical play, you can really take away the confidence that Defiance had towards the end of that round. Granted, you won it anyway, but it was a lot closer than I feel it needed to be.
Well, that's how you either going to kind of flex on Defiance right now by saying, hey, we're going to go to that bomb site you just lost to try and show you how it's done. But we'll see if they're actually successful in doing so. I do like the Mira pick. It's really important to have that in the bathroom area so you can look towards the jacuzzi wall once it is opened up, because it's almost guaranteed that it will get opened up, right? That's just something as a matter of time. You have the castle as well, which I love on this site as well, because it's going to really require them to clear out and open up those using utility, at least very least a sledgehammer, which they don't actually have. So that's going to be actual utility needed to be used. And what do they have? No one brought breaching charges, so they can use the Kali. I believe that does destroy it with her gadget. Otherwise, they're going to have to use like hard breach on it. So it's kind of a rough situation that Defiance hasn't accounted for these castle barricade.
Yep, it's not the best situation to be in, like you say, with these castle barricades. You're going to be relying on that Kali very heavily. You're going to be relying on the fact that they might not have ADSs, which they don't have on the board, but in the side of attackers, do you know that yet? Is that something you assumed or something you expected? Now, Darkby is an interesting operator to bring in. It's an operator that has just had a very, very slight change to them, actually. They've had that Darkby gadget. Now, if you're dead, if you're a defender, you're dead, you're looking at the cameras, you also have to sit through that ability, if I'm not mistaken, and in doing so, gives your team that valuable time of being free off the cameras. Like I say, though, Defiance, they have the situation of they don't have much hard breach. The C4 does come out of this window, isn't going to find a kill because that player outside the window is just a little bit too far away. But I'm really unsure as to what the next steps here are for Defiance. They have Jacuzzi wall open, they have a sniper playing over towards that Jacuzzi, and a shield ready to push in. do they have these window players? Do they have a Logi player ready to push forward? Commie Puppy tells me no, they do not have these players ready. In fact, they're only just pushing into cash, and that's where we saw this first pick coming from. And Bandit now ready to answer it with another player over towards there. They're not able to find the kill. Buddha Boy taken off the board in 3v5 already. The player in CC window looking for another kill, but that's not going to happen. Defiance, they're just nowhere to be seen.
It's rough for them too, because yeah, they got the jacuzzi wall, but that Mira, like we mentioned before, looking straight at them from the bathroom. What can they do? They can't push in. They have to smoke it off or something. Go for a quick push. Dragon below. That's the hard breach. You get the wall open up, but they don't necessarily have the best gadgets for trying to push and frag out. So I mean, a 3v4 now, as Extra does get a kill with the sniper rifle on the gold unicorns. That's at least something to bring it back for them. But 40 seconds only remaining here is a really tough place to be. He's gonna go for a run across. Is gonna be Commie Puppy, and they're in the 4v3. He's already used his support. So I mean, if they die, at least they're not losing too much utility. But really, it's just now up to Defiance to make a play, because there is no time yet.
Yeah, very nice reposition coming through though, moving from that jacuzzi side all the way to the master bedroom, but it's going to be one tap, baby. Here being the star of the show, able to find one kill as Commie Puppy gets a second, and Answer does come through with a knife! The knife onto the Osa takes MC Awesome out off the board, and that's going to be another round for the side of SIUE Black, and a much more comfortable one, I will not lie. Defiance, it kind of stalled out. I mean, they knew that they wanted to get from A to C. It just didn't know how to get from A to B, the B to C. They didn't know what to do that middle round. I feel like the pressure wasn't there on the windows over towards CCTV and maybe even Logi. If you do that, you're able to cut off the rotate that Commie Puppy had, and in doing so, you change the whole dynamic of that endgame.
Yeah, they didn't really know on Defiance's side. It seemed like they didn't necessarily know how to attack this bomb site. I'm gonna be honest with you. They just look a little confused on where they needed to prioritize, because yeah, you get jacuzzi wall, but outside of that, like, you need pressure somewhere else. And they tried to pressure into server here, CC, but they got slammed by Commie Puppy, and that was a double kill. And then he comes up from the end of the round to get another 2 kills. So that's a quad for him on the last round. We saw them clutch out a 1v3 earlier. They're up to 12 and 3 now. They're just, again, hitting double digits, carrying their team for the most part. Not that, you know, other people aren't playing very well, but they're just like the star player who really has those impactful moments to just swing rounds. And Defiance doesn't know how to swing back, it seems. They just, like, as soon as those kills come through, they just don't know how to, well, for one, they didn't know how to finish out rounds where they had advantages, but especially when they get down, we just haven't seen that comeback potential that they might or might not have.
And I feel like it's something that Defiance might want to try and identify with some of their players moving forward. It's just say, okay, well, who are the players that we think can pull off these moments? Who are our Commie Puppies? Who are our one-taps? How do we put them in situations where if we need them to, we can? Granted, we don't want them to, but if they aren't needed to step up, they're able to. Commie Puppy, though, here, looking for a C4, looking for something cheeky, but Buddha Boy's going to be leaving the game, putting Defiance at that early disadvantage, and unfortunately, that 30 seconds have ticked off the clock there, Wes.
Yeah, the round's already in. I don't think we get a rehost at this point in the game when it's already far enough into the round like this, so I think we just play it out, and then they have to rehost or try and get them back into the server if they can. We'll see if that's even possible. So that's going to be an alibi. Her gadget being shot is going to reveal that play on the roof. But either way, it's just so much of a downpour on them when they've already been not playing super well, and now they lose someone on attack, especially, is a lot harder. Yeah. 4v5 on a defense is easier if you can just buy the time, but here, time is against them as well now as the man count.
Staring down the barrel of match point right now, Dicklepant's going to make it even worse, taking the kill onto Ed Dragon. That is the CC radio window player taken off the board. Another one looks for that gunfight, but it's a very risky one to take. You don't really want to take that gunfight when you've just lost a player to it. Bottom red player of X-Redder that was able to find a kill as Commie Puppy will take off Moochie off the board. Goes to the run out, looks to the kill onto MC Awesome, does not find it. Brings us one player off, but MC Awesome gets a second one, a third in the round. And now one tap on that. Awesome has to go for the gunfight, gets the kill, has to rotate back to side because X-Redder has control of Rafters. Starts to push up, does not have the fuser. That is one thing SIUE Black have going for them. But X-Rider has a minute to work with, has those cameras off the board, has that assault rifle, and Claymore still in pocket. Looks towards the doors, able to find a player and gets it. Defiance are able to keep in that round in defiance of a player being taken off the board, in defiance of losing that opening gunfight. And how many more times can I get the word defiance into a sentence? Well, I think we've reached the limit.
And something that was telling too is at the end there, they turned around, X-Reda did, and you saw the cam was there. It was not shot. The default cam in Garage was up, meaning the defenders had that information. Why was that not called out? Alibi just running through that door to die in the 1v1 there could have been avoided had the person just jumped on cam. They were all dead for a while. Like, there were some people who were dead for a while. Why were they not on that cam earlier to give that information? Like, it's just, like, again, it comes down to those fundamentals. In a 1v1, information is key. And guess what? You had information that you did not utilize. It cost you your life. It cost you your round in that case. So that's a big thing for SIUE again. Sometimes we see that with them. Their drone work is not always immaculate. And here on defense, you have default cams you can rely on. Not just the cams you can throw at the balcony, not just the bullet groups you put down, but even those defaults. Sometimes the attackers will forget to shoot them. They might be in a really quick situation that they don't even think about it, right? They might be low on time and around when they finally get in, and so they don't even pay attention to those cameras. You have to utilize that to your advantage, and there's like just little things like that, you know, it's going to cost you.
Yeah, it is. Now SIUE Black, they're looking to get this match point. They need that next round on the board. They're going to try and definitely make it not a repeat of Oregon where the Flyers pick up another round and SIUE Black are able to pick up 2 in a row. SIUE Black, they want to close it down right now, and Montap might have the opportunity. Claymore goes down. SG Mucci, are you going to peek it? No, don't do it. Rightly so, decides, okay, well, I'm going to play on the Repel. Now, there is a Claymore down, and Montap is aware of this, but it's valuable time, especially with Mucci going off of the Repel itself. It's valuable time for the Impact Nade to go through. Valuable time for the attackers to react. And looks like they're going to have to rotate a play over towards Radio yet again, though. Not seeing much in the way of projectiles. We are going to see this wall attempt to get opened up and a bit more focus over towards that construction side.
Well, the Impact EMPs are on Gridlock, something we haven't really talked about of who has those. Dokubi was brought before, but she didn't actually have them. She had them available, she just didn't bring them. Gridlock, another one of those characters, like, you might wonder why people are bringing Gridlock instead of, like, a Nomad, for example. This is just one advantage that she does have. Nomad does not have the EMP grenade, while Gridlock does, so you can get the same, like, role done of the flank watch, or even here, it's going to be maybe used to stop those jump outs that had happened last round, and it's going to force them now to respect them. And that's going to be a lot of damage done to Kami Puppy, and they're going to be just limping around now in Garage.
Yeah, very lucky to get away with that. Half the round is taken away now, and you know they know there's a player over towards that garage. Buddha Boy catches the flank, and one tap. No, the suppressor doing them just that little bit dirty, and that takes away that Roma off the board. Now Kami Puppy still, like you say, is limping around, but isn't really having that massive impact we expect this player to have. Time ticking down, 1 minute left on the clock, and while the attackers, they do have that wall open. There's not really much else to show for it. They have roam clear being done, but Golden Unicorn is going to take Dragon off the board. Ticklepanks gets down, could possibly get revived. Well, maybe not. SG Mucci able to take him off the board. 4 versus 3, 50 seconds ticking down. Defenders, they're going to start hard anchoring onto site. The attackers, they're going to want to push towards that construction, push together. They have the heart reach, they have the potential to execute this takeoff to site, but they do have to deal with these defenders. Makorsum's able to find a kill to get the trade, as we do lose SG Mochi, but the construction push is halted. Golden Unicorn wants to get on that point, wants to go get aggressive, take this gunfight, and the audio is heard by Gold Unicorn. Doesn't get a kill just yet. The peek goes through, and the kill comes through!
15 seconds
He's able to flick down and get the kill luckily in time, and the damage has already been done to Butterboo. So, I mean, that's good. They can get that kill. Now it's a 2v2. You have Echo still alive. One cam was shot we saw. I don't know if the other one's still up and running. It looks like not. So it's a 2v2 last second push, and it's not going to work out. Golden Unicorn with the quad on the round, going to save SIUE from almost disaster. It's getting a little dicey there at the end, but they clean up the round.
Yeah, I mean, looking towards Defiant, I feel like just a little bit quicker with that push onto Red Stairs. Maybe a little bit slower from the Gridlock into your final execute. And you had a really good crossfire. You had Gridlock able to deal with that Rafters player, or at least get into cover to plant. You had, because it was an Echo, there was no C4 on the board. And then you have X-Reda being able to take that gunfight over towards Cash. Obviously, though, with the time situation, you didn't really have that much time to work with. You had to get aggressive. You had to go for that plan. Unfortunately for the side of Defiance, it just came down to that little bit of timing. I feel maybe just tiny little pieces of coordination. We saw the Jackal trying to get aggressive, trying to go for the gunfight very early before that push. Maybe if you wait, stay alive, you're able to have that big impact. Now, returning back down to this bottom side, SIUE Blank, they want to close things out for good. They want to make a swift 2-0. They want to send myself and our producer Pete to bed. They want to just get in, close things down. They're going to return to this bottom floor, and if I'm honest, I expect SIUE Black to have a little bit of roaming and then pull back to the site very quickly. It's a style that they've kind of been forced into, but it's one they can play with. When they try and overextend and try and get these big flanks, it's not really worked out for them, Wes.
No, it really hasn't. You can see, though, at the very least, that they have a chance here, as we have seen some weaknesses, right, that can be exploited. Obviously, we haven't seen too much of this defense, but like even looking back at like the clutch potentials that have come through for SIUE, so you know that they don't have everything going all well. They just rely on some star plays. So I mean, that could be the Defiance's advantage here if they can just get some quick executes. They need to just get in sight and actually get a plant down. I feel like once it comes to post plant, they might have an actual huge advantage. And with how much they like to roam on SIUE's black side, you know, they just need to like look into that, read into it, understand your opponent a little bit more, and capitalize off of it. You're going to see the peek out. They were just watching it, and they do manage to get the kill. Extra does get down, but still alive. Mucci getting a kill on the one tap. So, you know, while there is a down, that's 2 kills, and they should be helped up safely. That's going to be a 5v3 now for Defiance. This is exactly what we're talking about. Get an opening kill, get the 2 of them in this case. Maintain that advantage, take it in, get an execute. You can win the round.
Yeah, and that dirt wall can now be opened up. The Habana X Kairos are going to be in a very difficult position now, thanks to that Maverick Breach charge. They will be able to get a rotate made. Will they be able to get through it? I'm not entirely sure, but that vertical control has been taken. The Fuse can start to launch these Fuse charges down, and in doing so, just divide these defenders a little bit more. They don't have that dirt player. They have a player AK, Moto, and Highway. It's a very difficult position to be in. Very little crossfire potential actually coming through. You want to get a player down to blue. This one C4 will go through. It doesn't find the mark. And Defiance is starting to drone just that little bit. They know the player's there. But Colkikos is able to find the answer. Takes away the Maverick. Doesn't get the drone. But you've got the Maverick already. The frag grenade is taken off the board. Gold Unicorn going for the push. Looks to try and find something, but it's Buddha Boy who's going to find the kill.
Now it's a 2v4 for these last 2 players of Dickle Pants and Gold Unicorn. Gold Unicorn had a 4K last round. That was all the kills. He got every single one last time. Here, Extra is dead, so can't get all the kills, but he might have to do a repeat and get 4 again. But he's going to be aggressive. He knows it. They're in a bad position here. He has to push up, and he can't get the kill. Buddha Boy with the triple on the round. Mucci cleaning it up. That's going to be the mop up of Dickle Pants, and it's going to put another round on the board for Defiance. They're not done yet.
No, they really aren't done. I mean, they're coming through. They are bringing in good rounds. Like you say, they were able to find that two kills early. And in doing so, that opened a lot of things for them. They found that opening pick. They were able to use that advantage just to mentally say, we can win this. We can push this. We can take these gunfights. We can take these positions. And we can beat this team. My problem is, we're only really seeing this dominant side of Defiance when they're 2 players up. And that's a big ask, especially with the way that SIUE Black have been playing. They've had
sometimes that hasn't worked out.
Yeah, I mean, SIUE Black, they had a run out and there were 2 players of Defiance coming in. Very well played. X-Redder was down, but was revived because you had Buddha Boy nearby as well. That's the coordination. That's the refrags we want to see from Defiance. They're playing that well. I just want to see a little bit more confidence in the early round. A little bit more confidence in taking these 2-on-1 engagements. If SIUE Black are playing solo roamers, that means a 2v1 can take them off guard if it's played correctly. That coordination, that refrag potential. You don't want to be just shoving bodies at a player, but at the same time you don't want to just leave one of these roamers to just remove you at the end of the game.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
Interesting they're not bringing the mirror this time. It is available. We saw it played earlier. It worked out really well. Here, they're not going to do so. The castle, though, was a problem. They have brought the sledge, so they have read into this. They won't have the same problem of not being able to get through those castle barricades, which really did hurt Defiance quite a bit last time. Like we had to criticize them a bit, right? Saying like, why aren't you pushing and pressuring somewhere else besides Jacuzzi? You know, and in retrospect, like we didn't even mention that, like except for the beginning of the round. But I mean, maybe they just couldn't, right? Because all they had was castle barricades in their face. So I mean, this time shouldn't be as much of an issue.
Yeah, thankfully, like you said, they have got that ability to get rid of them. And call me Puppy. Oh,
wow, that was not a good play. Just gonna be straight up about it. That's just rough. You have to be aware of that as the Maverick. You might want to make like a hole for a teammate to watch that's a little higher, and then go for something like that. But overall, it's just not worth going for it.
Now, one of the castle barricades is going to be taken off the board, and the reason for that is it cuts off the rotation into Logi, which means Cobby Puppy can now get into that room, can find that kill, and Buddha Boy is taken off the board as well. Now, the 3 versus 3 for Defiance and SIUE Black, it could go either way, but a control of sight definitely goes Defiance's way, the SIUE Black's way, sorry. The hard situation, I don't think that Jacuzzi wall's open, that single construction isn't. And all the players are going to be forced through this one door over towards construction with over half the round left. It's going to be a bloodbath. They can rotate to the windows and the gridlocks can come through. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a tough push.
A bomb has been located.
Well, it's all up to these last couple players for SIUE. They have to just lock down the site. The last players are already putting pressure on those windows on highway, like you had mentioned. The plant is in the hands of the gridlock, so they're going to be the one to watch here. Can they get inside safely and get to execute through? Kami Puppy has been pretty hot this game, already up to 15 kills. We saw a similar stat line in the first map, so I mean they could just be the one to seal it out. But it's all going to come on the back of this utility usage, and that's Kalkikos getting blinded. And Kami Puppy is actually backed away. They might be going for the long rotate, and they're going to try and peek a highway here, but it's coming in too late perhaps because Muchi has already killed Dickleban. It's all up to Kalkikos, who keeps getting blinded. And now the smoke's coming through. Does he have the correct angle here? Are they going to be aware of his position? They're not. It's a double. Can the last one get in here and make something happen? It's up to Muchi. They're going to be walking in, trying to get this kill. They find it, but a lot of damage done. Now both players left in the 1v1 have very little HP. And the gridlock stinger gets the kill on the Kami Puppy. No. Oh, he just walks right into it.
That was SIUE Black's round. I mean, the players that was helping Kulkikos beautifully held. The track singers came through, the King Candelas came through, you held that position. You knew they had to enter through that doorway, they had to come through that window, they were going to peek you because that is a must contest position on that entry. So you play prone, you play, and you just aim head high, and you really can't miss. SG Muchi trying to hold on that window, trying to give a bit of cover, has to jump in and try and make something of that round, the 2 versus 1. But it was a 1v1 on site. I mean, okay, Kami Puppy, I get what you're going for with the long rotate, but I feel
it was so long though. It was so long.
And I feel like the biggest problem that they had with it was the fact that you could have just dropped billiards. You could have dropped billiards, or you could have rotated around to billiards, and you could have held it from down below. That means when Kulkikos calls this push coming through, okay, if you have an impact, you can impact the floor and keep an eye on the window. If you have that bailiff, which you do, you can just do a bit of self-destruction. You know a player's on the window. Yet again, though, returning back to this site, SIUE Black wanting to close it down. It's a very close round. They lost that definitely due to that track singer, and that maybe even more. Who knows? But the big problem for me is yet again we're seeing another castle barricade being put on the logistical door. This one isn't that bad. You can use that gold rotate, but is it reinforced like last round? Are we seeing this utility going in the correct position for the whole of the SIUE Black one to hold?
They're very lucky that no one was watching that and saw that the reinforcement came through on the left side, because they could have easily just pre-fired the right wall while they were reinforcing, got the kill. Yeah. So pretty lucky, not gonna lie. That reinforcement came out a bit late. That's why you got to really allocate whose job it is to reinforce what at the beginning of the round. Like that should already be known. Not one person can get every reinforcement either. So I mean, it's just little things like that could be cleaned up. Otherwise, if someone's wise to it, they'll make you pay. Here, though, they get away with it, so not a big deal. They have increased their pool of hard breach we've seen in the past, like last round. You lose your Maverick and you lost your Hibana. If a Dragon had been on that Thermite, they maybe still get this wall. Well, in this case, that's been the focus. That's what they're going to start with. They haven't actually cleared out the utility, though, so they can't open it up just yet.
Well, they're going to try, though. It's going to be both of those EMP nades coming through, and it's just not happening. I mean, they're hitting the mute jammer, but...
It's about to get hot.
Damn.
Is that a glitch?
Rainbow Six Siege. It's an indie
Did
game.
it, like,
It's still
EMP
early
is,
access,
like-
alright? You
did
can't,
it EMP
you
is
can't
on
fault it. I have no clue. That should have opened that wall. And with that, Defiance, they're in a very tricky spot. They're in a situation where that jacuzzi wall isn't getting open. Your sledge that you've sent over towards that gym window has just been knocked down. You can revive them, but it's a very difficult position, especially with that pressure over towards CC, over towards construction. Defiance, this is a really horrible start, and you can argue that it wasn't really their fault. Buddha Boy, though, gotta bring something back. Gonna bring a little glimmer of hope for the side of Defiance. Oh, Dragon takes out Commie Puppy, who wanted to get the C4, fully stood up, didn't expect the two players to be watching.
Why are you peeking with the C4 in your hand, though, man? Why not peek first with the gun and then pull it out? Like, it was just so unnecessary. It's for such a player who's such a caliber that they have the most kills in the map. You would think that they would know better than to do that, but now it's almost like they're gifting this round to Defiance because they couldn't even get that wall open up, and it doesn't even matter at this point. Calicos, they're the one who was the hero of last round, almost got it a win in a 1v3 for them. It didn't work out, but now they have to do more heroics. As Sticklepants does get a kill on Namuchi to at least put him into the 2v4, but still more to clutch. At the very least, time is starting to favor them because there's only 20 seconds remaining. These last few players at Defiance have to start funneling in. There's going to be another kill for Sticklepants. They are on that coverage, but Calkikos, he's going to get hit from behind potentially here if someone's going to be on that rotate through Ladi, but Sticklepants just has the coverage. That's going to be X-Reda getting that kill, but Sticklepants, if it's playing their life at this point, if they can just buy enough time, that's going to be it. That's gonna buy it. They're gonna do it. The quad and the win. SIUE. They're gonna win on the back of Sticklepants. The 4K clutch, winning 7-5. Map 2, a close call, but still a 2-0.
Yeah, very difficult situation to be in. I mean, we saw the Thermite going for that plant there on the default. Could have gone all the way over towards that master bedroom, but I'm gonna back the defender here. Or the attacker, sorry. You didn't know where they were. Playing towards gym, rotates in towards bathroom, you don't know where that player is holding. The best bet is to go for that Logi rotate, but you don't have the time. You have to just try and stick it down. A beautiful push from X-Reda, trying to bring it back, able to find that one pick. But the crossfire there, it wasted a lot of time. And Defiant, though, they really had that round by the horns at that point. I mean, they had that opening pick. Like you said, that wall didn't open up. But they were able to catch Commie Puppy swinging with a C4. They were able to take control of construction, got Logic control very, very happily, and they just had to funnel through, and that was the big problem. The choke points really closed in on them on what should, in my opinion, have been an overtime rounded game. If that jacuzzi wall opened up, who knows what would have happened.
Right, exactly. Like, how would they have allocated their time and things? So it's really unfortunate that didn't open up for them. But at least we did see them start to pick it up. Right, they had started a little bit weaker. Map 1 didn't look so great, but they really started to show us that they do have some plans that they can put in and execute. And the main thing is just being more aware of the time. I mean, 2 times it came down to close rounds at the end there. The last 2 rounds, they won one of them, but even then it was really close. They weren't accounting for a player in a corner. Again, they're not accounting for a player over in the gym room. Like, if someone had they had 4 people. If one person had just gone outside and got on the window of gym, that could have been the difference in the round. So it's just small things. It's close. They're still doing really well in a lot of areas, but there's just small little things that if they just clean it up, just clean it up a little bit, fix it, learn the processes, and then bam, it'll run a lot smoother.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with how you've been playing so far. It's just little things that can tighten things up. Like the flank watch. We saw both teams, when that flank watch was there, they were able to catch it off guard. They won that gunfight. They'd move on to win the round 9 times out of 10. The droning, when the droning was done adequately, they'd push in. They'd have that information. They know what they'd be doing. And then also post-plant positioning. It's just little things you look towards and say, if you could tighten this up, that round could have been completely different. If you tighten this, who knows what could have happened. And that's both teams. So I really hope they look at this VOD and they say, okay, well, what can we improve on? What have the casters said that we can take forward? Because I like what the teams have offered so far. I just want to see them refine and lock things down, Wes. But that is the end of our broadcast.
Is it? Well, we don't have another one after this?
First game. Yeah, we are. Me and you, though, we're done.
Yeah, for us. Yeah. Well, we thank you for watching. We hope you'll stay tuned. I do believe there's another match after this, so we'll have a break here until that next one starts. But for me and for McCready, we appreciate your time, and we hope you continue to watch and enjoy the next matchup. We'll see you soon.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Week 5 of the NECC Fall 2022 season here. Rainbow Six Siege on the docket for you tonight. Another match after our match earlier in the day. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me is Light Rose, looking to bring you a clash in the Legends Division. It will be Illinois State University versus UBC Esports. It's the University of British Columbia right there. And Light Rose, what are your initial thoughts on today's match?
Well, it's kind of the tale of two teams here. Illinois State is currently are they 3-1 or are they 4-0? They're either
4-0.
undefeated. They are 4-0, and most of these games that they fought are 2-0 matches. So we can see the players that have currently an undefeated roster: Snai, Cow Esports, Mortate, Zapsy, and Hollywood. So right now, Illinois State is looking to dominate the Legends division. And to be fair, Corbeck, UBC, they haven't had the best record so far.
No, they certainly haven't. Let's take a look at their roster, and we can talk about them a little bit. Coming in here with Nicodeme, Egg Life, Mad Shiba, Kaikin, Spacebar, and Eric. A very interesting spelling of that name, I must admit. But unfortunately for UBC, they're sitting at 1-3 right now, and they also played by a margin of 2s, but most of their losses have been 0-2. Their one win has been a 2-0, but I gotta say, they're on a bit of a roll here at Illinois State. Last week, they won 2-0. I think both of their matches were maybe like a 7-0 and a 7-1.
Yeah, looking at what these teams, where they're going to go is a very important part of how we're going to play the game. And the first map is going to be Oregon, and that is Illinois State's pick. Bank is going to be British Columbia, so we're going to a little bit of an atypical map. And the last one is going to be Theme Park, and we're going to be swapping sides throughout the entire thing. So getting started with probably the normalist map out of the pool, and then Bank, which is probably one of the least played.
Yeah, it's an interesting map pool, and I'm not necessarily sure that we're going to get a chance to see Theme Park. I think that's rather unlikely, but it'll always be fun to watch how teams handle Bank in particular, because this map we don't really see that much, but I think both our teams are ready. We're about good to jump into this Oregon match. We'll go ahead and get started here and see what these two teams provide. I'm not going to pull punches here, Light Rose. I think we probably expect a pretty quick and devastating victory for Illinois State here.
Here's the thing, UBC's win as well, Illinois State has also beat the same team, and they beat them 2-0. The map results were similar, so UBC has also lost to teams that Illinois State has beat, so there is a lot of preconceptions going into this game, looking at the looking at the results from previous maps, looking at the records of these teams. UBC, I don't know if they'll take Oregon, but Bank is their map pick. Maybe they have something prepared for that, and Illinois State, just maybe they don't go to Bank as much, so we could see something surprising happen there. But when it comes to Oregon, I know that Illinois State should have this down, considering they also picked this map.
It's also just one of the classic maps, right? They should have a pretty good idea of how they want to play this, given everything being equal. You would expect them, given their record as well, to have probably pretty good can strategies that they're going to walk out here. They're starting on the offense. That's a little bit of a deterrent here and maybe a slight advantage for UBC, but I'll be honest, I don't think it's anything that's going to be so critical as to really help UBC out. Not really talking about the ban here phase here, ladies and gentlemen, because honestly, there's nothing too exciting in there. I think the only ban of note was taking a Jackal out over perhaps a what do we say, like a Flores maybe we often see taken out here, but Jackal is still a perfectly viable ban on this particular map, especially depending on how you want to play out a roam game.
So already getting into things, second floor kids' dorms, not something too surprising happening from UBC. They're still bringing out the smoke, they're bringing out the Kaid, which did make it through the ban phase. Interesting to note if Illinois State actually sticks with the Sens, because that is an operator that is very situational, but maybe a smoke lamp if they want to bust open that games wall, they want to throw in a Sen's hamster wheel, then potentially that could be a play, but that will allow a lot of setup to happen on the attack. They'll have to make sure that attic is clear as well. They'll have to actually get open that wall with the Mew Jammers and the Kaid Claws, but they are going to swap off the Sens, bring a Ying instead, so there is a little bit of a surprise factor.
Yeah, there is a bit of a surprise factor, and the Sens is an interesting thing to see. Unfortunately, we won't get to watch them in operation, though. I wish we did see a little bit more of Sens, to be honest, just for some variety, but this is a pretty aggro lineup that they brought us anyway. You've got that Ying in there, presumably either to play off of a breach or perhaps to play off a big window. Those are two very advantageous positions for her to be in. Looks like Snail might actually try and force the stairs up to dorms, though, which would be a bit of an interesting choice, but a rough start. Hollywood taken out by Matt Sheba, and that's their hard breach taken down. That'll be the thermite gone very early on here. Obviously, the equal coming out, the smoke getting taken down. So two very high in importance operators dead first here in round number 1.
Yeah, so I guess there is an equal trade on both sides. Illinois State, they do have a hard breach. That is the one thing, because they brought Ying, who has those secondary hard breach charges. They can make a crouch level hold that they can walk through. So it's not all doomed. Same with UBC. They have 2 levels of C4, 1 C4 in their pockets now that Shiva is going to die over in trophy. So another player on UBC is going to fall. So despite getting the early advantage, they are just falling left, right, and center, and already Illinois State come rushing on in and win this round in about a minute 30. That feels so quick.
Well, yeah, that was a pretty rapid ending right there, and I think this might be one of the serious issues that UBC is not necessarily prepared for, which is the fact that, honestly, when push comes to shove, Illinois State probably has the gun skill where they can force those kind of endings, right? Even to complicated rounds. I mean, the only upshot, I think, right, is that sometimes teams that are in a position of kind of commanding strength, right, such as we see with Illinois State right here, they can get a little confident, they can make some mistakes. Maybe that's an opportunity to sneak something in. I don't know if we'll necessarily see that manifest on Oregon, but perhaps if we go over to Bank and look there, we might see things a little bit differently. I will point out, I think that the death early on of Hollywood on that thermite is indicative that perhaps Illinois State is not being as cautious as they should be, given their, their opponents, right?
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, but I think any troubles that come their way, they can bounce back. That's exactly what happened last time. They lost a thermite, immediately swung back with a kill onto the smoke, and then they just kind of rushed the site. And I would expect something like that, where they know they have an advantage over this team, and they're probably going to flaunt it in many of these situations, be aggressive in the way that they peek things, and mostly just take this at full speed, Corbett.
I mean, speed is, I feel, one of the advantages that more skilled teams always have against opponents who are struggling, right? Because a team that's already kind of struggling is going to struggle when they're put under pressure. Like anything, right? A stress test is going to make it much more difficult for them to stabilize. The issue, though, with gunfights, and I do think that this is a fault of the Siege community in general, is we tend to treat them as academic, as Keem goes ahead and takes Kaiken off the board. We tend to treat them as academic, right? Like, if one team is better at gun skill, they will inevitably win. But the truth of the matter is, it's still a chance. You start firing bullets around, and unless you get an actual drop on your opponent, it's a gun. It's the great equalizer. Every once in a while, they'll pull over a surprise on you. So it's not, I would say, the best strategy to rely on, but the fact that Illinois State can reach back into it any time is definitely advantageous. A bit of a rough start here, though. About a minute and 45 seconds left, and we're at a 3-3.
And well, here comes Yana inside of the site. She actually misses the shot onto the Kaid over by dorms, but there's so many deployable shields around the site that are now helping the attacking side. So we're seeing a little bit of a turf war going on. The attack has a lot of control of one site, and now that Kaid has died, we'll see a lot of explosion over the other side. Well, that would be said if there were players still on the site. The other two offsite now just have to walk up those white stairs. It's a death funnel. It's Illinois State. Okay, I'm going to be honest. I think we should set our watches and see how fast do we think this game can go.
I think right there it's a problem of it's just a funnel issue, right? Like to me this is a clear indication of a bit of a breakdown in communications, or maybe the lack of a competent IGL, or not necessarily competent IGL, but like an experienced IGL. You should know in that kind of situation not to route everyone through the same pathway to try and come back onto the site. There's definitely something to be said for playing the trade game, right? Like you want to follow it up and try and get a kill off the kill, but that wasn't a well-executed trade scenario either. That was just like 3 people coming up the stairs one by one, like some sort of horror movie or something. So that's something that I think UBC probably is going to want to work on, a little bit more coherency in those sort of situations. Illinois State, though, I mean, they've got to be happy with themselves here. I
mean, absolutely. I think they're taking a lot of risks, and that is coming with a lot of deaths. Like Keem, he was either Hollywood, or I think it might have been Hollywood who died previously in the last round as well. But it's getting a lot of rewards instead. And I think, you look at the final player count on Illinois State when that round ends. 4 players in that first round, 3 players in that second one. Any loss that they get is just immediately rebounded by 2-3 kills onto anybody on British Columbia.
Yeah, again, that was much more of a tactical issue. I mean, there was a little bit of a skill problem in the sense that it wasn't a very good check on the corner. But the key issue right there, I think, was a tactical one where you just didn't spread out your defenders the way you needed to. And you're running into that situation a little bit here again. Mad Sheba sort of bumping into Nicodeme right there. And you don't need to crowd up this hard, right? In that particular scenario. Okay, I'm wondering what Cal Esports' plan is here, taking the scenic route around the big tower all the way back down to the ground floor, and it's actually Eric who strikes first, takes Snail down. Eric getting a second one on the roam, and that's pretty impressive. Honestly, I think, hasn't UBC opened all 3 of these rounds with the first kill? It's kind of a shame that they're not able to translate that into an actual win.
The second round, Illinois State did get the first pick, but it was also followed by a trade on UBC. So none of these kills, whether it's come by Illinois State, whether it's come by UBC, have really resulted in a true advantage because they've always been traded out, except now. Snail and Keem do not have an immediate refrag on their part. The frag grenade isn't actually going to go anywhere. It got stopped by an ADS. So this could be British Columbia's chance at winning a round. The only problem, look who's still left alive. Cal Esports, who's going to bounce a frag grenade off that door. It's not going to hit anybody, so there's still 2 frag grenades left in Mort's pocket, but there still has to be some sort of entry coming out from Illinois State. They're kind of spreading around the site where there are going to be 3-4 players, but not everybody is on that site. British Columbia has players up on the second floor, first floor, ready to roam the heck out of this Illinois State squad. And now that Hollywood takes some damage, luckily Love Mort he loves Mort and is going to be able to find a kill, but it does not go unpunished, as right now it only leaves that Mort player in that 1v3 stuck in laundry. A C4 goes wide. It's not the explosive, but it's the bullets from Nicodeme that claim their life. So UBC, it's not a full flawless round, but it is definitely their strongest so far.
Well, it's a little bit of a warning, I think, probably to Illinois State as well. I mean, no matter what you consider to be the caliber of your opponents, every once in a while they do bite back. And that's a good example right there. And a little bit too headstrong, I think, from Illinois State. They tried to force the issue. UBC was able to adapt quite well to them forcing the issue and kind of make them pay for it on the return side. Now, however, you're going back up to dorms on the second floor. It's not been a great sight for them. You saw the kill totals right there. Not a great spread either for UBC. But at this stage, Light Rose, they got to be happy they at least took one. I mean, you got to, that's a good thing. It's still early days, right? You gotta gas yourself up a little bit.
Yes, but they have to head back to dorms, Corbeck. A site they have not had success on previously. Every single time, Illinois State has kind of walked into this site. Like, there hasn't been too much resistance from this British Columbia side that has kept Illinois from what they believe is their rightful prize, a round victory. So hopefully things will change, at least if you are a British Columbia fan. Interesting to note, on Illinois State, they're bringing Dekebi, which if anybody has not read the patch notes, she recently got a buff in which dead players will have their cameras blacked out by Dekebi's ability if they are dead, and it's going to be a long time, I think 10 to 20 seconds without any cameras. So it could be a very strong ability if used correctly, if used with the right hands, but there is only 2 of that. And, well, it's not going to be Dekebi who's going down in the dirt. It's going to be Keem, as Mad Sheba just waits for them to hop over the window. And because they're playing so spread out, there are no refrags available.
No, that's, one of the problems that you sometimes have is you just can't follow up on the refrag game. Mad Sheba, lucky not to get caught out right there, goes for the gunfight, will not win it, still alive, but I Love Mortar is just going to go ahead and drop the grenade in there, I think, to get the finish. It actually misses. Oh, somehow Mad Sheba stays alive. I don't know, Spacebar camping on that window might actually be able to turn the tables here on Mort, depending on how aggressive he wants to be with the push, and it looks like he'll choose to come from a perhaps more protected direction here on the sledge. Still, again, another first kill going to the members of UBC. So Illinois State maybe needs to mind their P's and Q's just a little bit here as they'll finally swing in there and get the kill on Mad Sheba. That, of course, does give the game away. It allows Spacebar the opportunity to actually return the favor. And Cow Esports now has to play a little bit more cautiously down here on the low ground.
Well, every time UBC has just found one or the other. They've had 2 downs, but only 1 confirm, and that actually led to a death of their sledge. So UBC, they've been here before in a 4v3, which Illinois State was really able to grab the site, immediately flip the game around. That's not happening this time. Cow doesn't have control of that. Hollywood is still in the walk-in closet and can't push forward because the smoke canister is pressuring them out. Actually going to do a good piece of damage. So with 45 seconds left, Cow Esports walks in, gets munched by a frost mat. UBC looking like they could really equal this one up. But 30 seconds left. I think one more confirm on the side of UBC, especially with Hollywood going so low. This should be their round. Something needs to go crazy for it to change.
It does, yeah, and Hollywood pushing in right there gets immediately whacked by Snail. And that leaves Snail still fighting here. Gets another one. Nicodeme is down. 1 versus 3 right now. The Dokai be the only one left on the board. Couple more tactical shots there to the wall, and it will be Kaiken who drops out of cover. Immediately secures that kill with the SMG-11. Another good round for UBC.
Looking very different than those first rounds, I have to say. That they've been a lot more progressive on their roams. They've actually found success that hasn't been immediately punished by Illinois State, and they've just honestly taken that to the bank all the way, grabbed these 2 rounds, and Illinois State now going over the kitchen dining hall. That's where they're going to be attacking. I think they're starting to potentially lean into the roam. UBC is, at least. And it's up to Illinois State if they want to play a little bit more together, keep everyone in safe distance enough for refrags, because that's where they found success. It wasn't one person going in by themselves, dying alone, and nobody's there to help them up. No, it was when UBC and Illinois State traded 1 for 1, and eventually, the way Illinois State kept playing, they would find themselves at an advantage. So that needs to come back from the previous, or the first 2 rounds.
Right, yeah, I totally get what you're saying right there. I do have the feeling, so sometimes in these games where we see a bit of an imbalance between 2 teams, we do get situations in which one of the teams is just sort of waiting to put on the gas, for lack of a better word. Sometimes they'll sort of, like, it sounds very depressing, but it is usually kind of how it goes. So just because esports are esports, they'll play with their food a little bit and you know, mess around, and then finally they'll get super serial, and then you'll just have like 5 rounds back-to-back wins. And I wonder if we're maybe seeing that illustrated here at the moment, and whether at any given point here Illinois State is just going to turn on the gas and go, or whether we're actually seeing some genuinely serious difficulties here. A good effort by Mad Sheba to try and hold this. Unfortunately, that Osa window making it kind of difficult. That's not a very fun position to be in small tower, that's for sure.
Frag grenade's gonna sail through, doesn't do damage, but instead does utility. And no, Illinois State meet the hands of a bullet. They've spread themselves up around small tower, and now they're just gonna have to go 1-for-1, what seemed like a truly advantageous position for these attackers. They have to trade it out, so they lose a set of frag grenades. They only have one more in the hands of Cow, and it's you really can only use that for one position, either destroying that deployable inside of Shao or maybe throwing it inside. But I'll tell you what, Cow Esports, they are hungry for kills. Korbeck, this late in the day, they're going for a late night McDonald's.
Yeah, late night McDonald's run indeed. Unfortunately for Cow Esports, hamburgers might be on the menu right there, but they've done well here to limit it to just 2 remaining defenders. Nicodeme, one of those. The other is Kaikin. Both of them watching closely here in the 4v2 as finally the wall is breached. Keem rotating back to help out. Cow Esports working away on that castle barricade as much as they can. Nicodeme now holding near showers, looking out of security, waiting for the first opportunity to secure a kill. Kaikin watching down range immediately takes out the incoming Gemini. A couple of shots thrown their way, and it'll be a sort of defensive reset here for a second for UBC.
Well, Illinois State is definitely roughed up a little bit with the HP they have, but UBC really can't push the objective. Hollywood's now going to be able to put down the diffuser. UBC trades a lot of health. Nicodeme definitely does, but we're at a 2v2, and it leaves the Rook in the 1v1 against Thermite. Now, the Rook plates might have given Nicodeme the advantage early on, but now they are on bleeding levels of HP. They don't really have the fight to take out Hollywood. It's going to be a headshot, but look at that. It's a Talon Shield. The difference between them and Thermite, and the difference between a victory and a loss. Illinois State regains the lead.
Well, it was an unfortunate moment there, honestly, for the efforts of Nicodeme. I thought that they had actually played that okay. It's just like you said, that Talon Shield, that's in the way. Just given that slight edge in the gunfight, and that's the kind of stuff that makes a big difference. I mean, you got to give credit to the UBC defenders here, though, turning that into a 1v1 when things really didn't look like they were going their way. Illinois State, again, sort of squeaking one out. And I'm still trying to find the level for this Illinois State team of exactly what's going on here.
Just gauging the expectations versus the results so far, and I think we're still early on to kind of figure out what happened. Maybe Illinois State is a defender-sided team. Who knows? We're still not even halfway through this map, and a 3-3 for UBC is looking pretty tasty right now if they can actually secure basement, which they have previously. They have gone 1-0 so far. They went to dorms 3 times and were successful once on that. So, well, some changes on the defensive lineup might be the thing that secures the second round of basement for them. The Clash, not Castle, and Ward. A lot of different changes leading to a lot of different strategy.
Yeah, that's no joke. They have definitely made, I think, some rather interesting choices across the board here, but Clash is he's just a heck of an operator. I don't really know what to make of that. The weird thing is I feel like UBC did okay on this point, so I don't necessarily know why they feel the need to make a significantly dramatic shift in their choice, but they've done it, so we'll have to see how it goes. I Love Mort is obviously trying to wing a frag grenade down there and deal with Mad Shiva, but it doesn't seem to work. And I mean, actually, I will say, Lyros, I like the positioning from the Clash here. Like, this is not a bad place for a Clash to play out of. I just don't know if it was more useful than other operators you could have brought.
That is true. I think we can gauge that when we get late into the round. But Mort, another opening casualty for Illinois State. Cow Esports follows it up. They are almost at 10 kills in 7 rounds, but they're not going to be able to get any more here. It's Trade City between these two teams. It leaves it a 3v3, and the more players that go down on the side of Illinois State, the honestly more valuable this clash becomes, because then the less guns, the less eyes are going to be able to take her out. Clash is going to be pressured back, taking a little bit more damage, but she still survives, and that is a problem for the Illinois State squad. They don't have any utility to really deal with her. 5 flash grenades, and really the hope that she just turns the wrong way, the hope that they can gang up on her, or UBC just allowed the opportunity for the Clash to be left in the 1v3, but Spacebar and Nicotine behind them, trying to provide the firefight that will allow UBC to win this round.
Well, Snail here pushing up, taking stock of the situation. Illinois State have kind of barged their way onto the site, and this is where you see one of the inherent issues with Clash. Good secure on the kill there for the defuse, but still a bit of a difficult situation now turning around for Snail, who's stuck up in this corner. And oh, there's the challenge on the gunfight. It's an ugly one, but Snail does win it, holding on to just a shred of health right now. The Clash, this is actually a situation now where the Clash can come in big if they can just sort of shut Snail down. It's not as if he really has the option to go for the plant while they're still in play. Flash grenade rolling out right there as Snail comes tearing around the other corner looking for an opening. The shield is up right here. Nothing he can do. Well done to UBC again for using some off-meta operators there to secure themselves a W.
Yeah, the Clash just couldn't be dealt with by the attacking side. I think the frag grenade early on was probably their best option, and when they pressured her from pillar, but she just didn't peak enough. She didn't reveal herself enough that could really allow for an advantage to be taken by the Illinois State team. But a 3-3, like I said, it is UBC. Things are looking nice and bright so far, but it's a changing of the guard, a changing of the sides, and here's where things could really start to take a turn for the better or for the worse, as Illinois State, they've got Cow Esports, who is now on the Alumni, now is able to roam around this map, and, well, if Rover's left unchecked, if you can't deal with them, can't out-frag them, then they are just going to be an absolute nuisance, and might be a big reason why you're unable to take some of these attacking rounds. But first step, deal with Cow Esports.
Yeah, dealing with them. It is a priority issue. I don't disagree. The problem now, of course, being, like, you've done pretty well on your defensive side, right? I mean, pulling a 3-3 out against a team that, on paper at least, is superior in pretty much every way is a really good development. But there's no doubt in my mind that the attack here is going to be significantly harder for the members of UBC. Whether or not they can, convert some of those early kills into round wins, I think that's probably pretty critical. And all the better, too, like if you said, Light Rose, they can find Cal on the receiving end of those early round kills.
And Amaru from Eric, that means that probably Big Tower is going to be rushed on up, and an attic play is probably likely as well. So just some time being taken off the clock. UBC droning it out, making sure that where they actually want to set up their attack is nice and clear. The time is also going to be something that's very big. I don't know if I like that, Garbeck. I'm hoping that Eric does not zip into that window, because I know for a fact they will die. Like, there's a skull and crossbones just waiting above that window, baiting Eric to come in with the hope that they'll get an ace somehow with the Supernova and the SMG-11. But so far, the Illinois State defense, they've set themselves up around the site. Any Amaru rush, any real rush in general is just going to be met with fire and fury.
Yeah, I agree. The Amaru is always a difficult pick, especially I just never find much utility in it. It's the kind of pick that usually comes out when somebody's trying to style on somebody else, and well, that's usually what tends to happen right there. Cow just absolutely raking Eric as they come in through the window with the storm. And now Cow Esport pretty much ensconced here in Attic. I don't think there's any real viable threats. Cow does take a pretty nasty raking themselves, but that still leaves only 2 members, making 1 member there on the ping, and it's Mort who does the dirty work right there. A little Sterling SMG singing in their hands as they secure these kills.
I just think their strategy was kind of busted from the start, Corbeck. They didn't really set themselves up. They were trying to force the Amaru when from the get-go, that was just not an operator that you could fit into an attack that would actually lead to a victory, because Illinois State's defense is smarter than that. They would not allow an Amaru rush, especially when the Illinois State's defense, or excuse me, UBC hadn't really set themselves up. They didn't open walk-in closet. They hadn't open attic. That was just kind of an attack that they walked around, hoping that anybody on Illinois State would reveal themselves, and they would allow the attacking team to force themselves into the site. That didn't happen. It seems like it's probably going to happen here. At least the defense is going to stay around the site. So UBC can't just rest on their laurels and hope that a win will come to them.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very good point right there. UBC, too, I mean, I'm not clear watching that round go down what exactly the strategy was. Like, I don't... looking at the pieces that they... Yeah, looking at the pieces that they had in play, I'm just not sure, like, what was really the purpose of the Amaru? And if the purpose of the Amaru was to rush Attic, I think that's a bit of a half-baked attacking strategy. And again, I mean, UBC is showing this propensity to use, I would say, off-brand, right, operators. Now they've got Nicodine in here on the Blackbeard, and they get murderated by Mort yet again down by Bunker. And again, what's your plan right there? A smoke and rush? Like, it doesn't work. It's not tactically complex enough to handle this situation.
Yeah, even if you do rush, not everybody's going to be able to fit in through. Some people are going to take some potential damage from gunfire. There isn't a smoke on the table, which I don't even know if UBC knows that, but there were still just bullets, and I think that is the one thing that UBC is hard. Bullets are being sprayed from the gun or the muzzle of Cow's gun, and man, they are firing so effectively. 12 kills in 8 rounds. Might even get more. Yes, they are. Is the second flawless round in a row, Corbeck. And I think we've reached that point.
Yeah, it's just not a very good round for them. And again, I know I said it once, but I'll say it again. I just don't get what the tactical plan was right there, right? Like, even if I'm like trying to put it together in my head, and I don't necessarily see what the moving parts were all supposed to do together. And I mean, admittedly, Lyros is one of the hardest parts of attacking, right? Is like everybody has to execute their role quite well. You have to have a pretty good idea of what you want to do. And I'm just not really seeing that manifesting here. We'll go again. You know, you change over the site now. You're doing meeting and kitchen. Maybe that'll lead to some positive changes here for UBC, but it does kind of feel like their good start is sort of faltering now.
I think the tides have truly changed, and the Illinois State defense is where they have found peace and security. Because 2 flawless rounds in a row, that you won't really find that from a back and forth game, unless it is like the most back and forth you've ever seen, with flawless from one team, flawless from the other. And UBC, they've scraped by a little bit. I think a couple rounds, maybe round 3, round 4. They definitely earned those rounds, but in the previous ones, they have just barely scraped by with victories. And so far, it seems like the attack might be the same, except there's no victories that come along with that scraping.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And again, a little bit maybe overconfidence, maybe a little bit just sort of having some laughs, playing for fun. But it does seem like they're taking it quite seriously now. And their opponents are sort of playing into that. I say that, and of course, and we just watched Crow Esports and both Mort attempt to get kills there with feet peaks, and it looks like Crow succeeded. Cow Esports. Crow is a very different person. Mad Sheba here walking along on the lower level, checking up the dorm stairs, trying to get into a better position, but Cow Esports remains inviolate here, hanging out in the armory, just waiting to defend this staircase.
It's a if that was the Challenger League caster Crow, I would be wondering why they were casting the game and not playing it, because they have some skills to pay the bills right now, and they might reach some higher levels. But no, Shiba waits right around the corner, ends their slaughterous reign, and we're now at a 4v3. UBC gets the advantage on the best site that they have a chance at winning. They're busting open a good portion of these walls, but Illinois State can't be taken down that easily. They are going to fight right on back, but so is UBC. And now with Keem gone and off the site, they forgot about one player, and it is Snail up on that second floor, who's going to shut down any entry into the site. And Castle has been somewhat spotted, so where's the Kaid? I think that's the one thing Spacebar and Kaiken are worried about.
It's something that they quite rightly should be worried about, I must say. And a 2v2 situation again. UBC hasn't necessarily done poorly in these across this Oregon map, but I don't think they've been particularly decisive in there either. Kaiken now taking their time very carefully and cautiously moving forward. Snail just happy to hold this murder hole from the top floor and wait as patiently as can be. You don't see a lot of action coming out on the other side. Spacebar firing a couple, but not really clicking on anyone. Good sightline for Hollywood, but can't confirm the kill, and Hollywood skirmishes backwards. What's this? Snail picks up Kaiken right there as the down comes in on Hollywood. Spacebar is just dropping in for the plant. They don't have a lot of choice here. Snail comes running over looking for a murder hole. Is actually going to drop in, but he's going to be a bit surprised. He's not going to have an immediate sightline shot. He does find it, though. Spacebar down. Snail finishes him off, and there's the destroyed plant. So Illinois State pushing themselves onwards to match point, but by the hairs of their chinny chin right there.
Something that, I don't know if this was kind of maybe me just reading into things, but Illinois, they just seem so calm. They seem like everything is pre-set up. It's predestination. I think it's called predetermination, but they know how this is going to go down. They know that even if they, lose a round, they will end up with the victory. And especially with how Snail just played around the second floor, it just felt so collected with their thoughts. Didn't panic when diffuser going down was being called in their communications. They just seemed like they knew that they were going to win that one game from the very beginning.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that assessment, and they've looked quite, I think, comfortable these last couple of rounds in particular. And in those 1v situations, you also really see the confidence of the team coming in, right? Like, there was no hesitation on how that was going to be handled. That was just straightforward. The play was there. They knew what they had to do. There was no hesitation. They didn't even check very many angles. They kind of went straight in on the plant and finished it off. And you do have to admire, right, like that kind of confidence. And you do have to give it its place when you're talking about a competitive edge, because it almost certainly is one. Looking, by the way, at the UBC team here, starting off Light Rose, Nicodeme coming out on the Kali is a very interesting choice indeed. Not who I would go down with if my back was to the wall here in terms of operators, I must admit.
Definitely a radical choice for a site that, yes, it does need some wall denial to be dealt with. It needs some stuff okay, it was to probably drain an. I was wondering why they would just throw in a random lance, but it was probably to drain an ADS. Cow Esports. I said they needed to be dealt with. They have not been dealt with. They're 15-5. They have a 3 KD. Nobody's been able to shut them down. But More hasn't really had that exact solution, as they have definitely been going down so far, but I currently think that 4v4, it's not really going to stay that long if anybody in Illinois State has anything to say about it.
No, it's certainly not. I think that's a little bit alarming here if you're sitting on the side of Nicodeme. But, wow, oof, this difficult to watch right there, but they will get the Electro Claw eventually. Nicodeme goes for the shot, somehow misses. Oh, Keem, I think, survived that. I think it clipped him in the shoulder. I'm not exactly sure how that went down. Mort is dead here, so maybe UBC can close the knot just a little bit, but the biggest threat on this Illinois State team, Cal Esports, remains very much alive and very much a part of these gun battles.
Well, Cali Lance isn't alive. It's not going to be able to blow open both sides of that wall, so now you're going to have the Yana just try to find the Kaid Claw through the floor, and I just don't think the angle is there. We can see it, but I don't know if Kaiken can. I feel like our observer is just taunting them because it's like, it's right here. Why don't you just shoot it? The Electroclaw is right here. But it's not found, and so UBC, they have to find a different way of getting inside the site and winning this, and I don't see an avenue in which that leads to success. Snail is playing the goofiest position I've ever seen so far. Randomly at the bottom of the stairs, it's like they were back in SI, playing at the top of the stairs, prone. No, they have a shotgun. And Illinois State actually loses some gunfights off the bat. Both Keem and Hollywood go down, and it's going to be up to Snail, who was at the bottom of those stairs. They have the SMG-11, and Spacebar and Eric are going to be able to actually get that diffuser down in the time frame. And now we just hear it beeping as the chances of Illinois State winning this right here, right now, are slowly starting to diminish. But Snail is a definitely good player. They know how to control that SMG-11 recoil, and they know how to take some heads off some bodies, but they have a time limit. And the longer that those seconds go on, the longer of a chance that they have is now. I think we've reached a point where it's gone. Corbeck, the chance of winning this round, defusing that diffuser, has passed.
Yeah, I agree as well. Snail could maybe just get a kill here, I guess, but you can't even really do that. Well, I say that. Spacebar might just deliver himself onto the altar of sacrifice here. Spacebar skying those shots, but it doesn't matter. UBC delaying the inevitable by the feel of it right there, winning a good attacking round on the dorm. So again, I mean, UBC, they've got some fight, right? They're doing better. Quite literally better than the opponents that Illinois State faced last week, which was Champlain University, who got 7-0 and 7-2 respectively. In fact, Light Rose, looking over these records, this is one of the better performances an opponent has put up against Illinois State so far this season on a first map. The best, actually.
Yeah, it's impressive from UBC. They have definitely been able to find a little niche to insert themselves in. I don't think it's going to lead to a victory. I know that sounds kind of defeatist, and we're talking about, woo, UBC, putting up the best numbers against Illinois State so far. But every time UBC's, they've been able to grasp one round from Illinois State, it's just because Illinois State has kind of let it happen. We should not have seen a UBC victory in the previous round. It was 4-3, and Illinois State, I think, just let their gaze falter for just a second, in which UBC was able to quickly throw themselves onto the site, find a couple kills, get that diffuser down, and then win the post-plant situation. But the longer we go on here, the less of a chance UBC has, especially if constantly the opening duel gives itself to Illinois State.
Yeah, that's valid, and probably a bit of a concern that Illinois State is taking into consideration. I think that Illinois State in general, again, is probably just waiting to put on the speed here. But you got to give credit where credit is due to UBC for putting up these kind of rounds, and one wonders, honestly, Light Rose, how this is going to look when they go over to Bank, which is the UBC map pick and a much less common map. You would be remiss if you didn't at least think about it. That said, I don't like how this attack is shaping up for UBC. This is too many bodies in one place.
Oh my gosh, Kaiken and Spacebar barely survive. I'm surprised nobody died on the side of UBC, and the look of defeat on Nicodeme's face. They cannot move forward stealthily because of the barricade that is in their way. There was a small chance that somebody would have walked over that launcher stairs, but Nicodeme does find a kill through the door, and it's Hollywood, so it's C4, the only C4 Illinois State no longer have, so somebody else is going to have to be here as Kaiken just runs into a chain chomp, is taken down by a Frostman, and Cow Esports continues to rack up these numbers. In UBC, they have one less player than they had before, and now two. It's only Shiba in the 1v4. I don't like their odds.
No, neither do I. And, well, Illinois State, it was just a matter of time. They'll finally polish that one off. But UBC doing, I think, better than expected. Better, certainly, than I think I expected here at the outset, Lyros, coming out and putting up 4 rounds on the board.
I mean, it is really surprising, but Oregon is also a map where teams know their stuff. They know how to play this map.
That's very true.
So with UBC taking a couple rounds, it's not the most shocking thing in the world that they know how to play on Oregon. It's just about, do they know how to play around Illinois State? And I think Bank is going to be the real test of that.
I think I 100% agree with your assessment. I think we're actually in for a pretty interesting bank here, so we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. See if UBC maybe can pull one off here and actually deliver at least a 2-1, possibly even a 1-2 in their favor to this very strong Illinois State team. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back to UBC versus Illinois State. We just got done with map 1, which was Oregon, and it was a 7-4 victory for Illinois State, and it was their map pick. As now we move over to Bank, which is UBC's pick. Is right now, I think we're definitely up for a radical change in gameplay. Corback.
Yeah, Bank is an interesting map indeed. I mean, it really is fascinating to see how different teams handle this. And most importantly, it is a map that demands really good team coordination. Like, you have to communicate, you have to play together. You can't be sort of messing around on this map and doing things as an individual player. So that's going to put both of these teams under kind of a pressure point here, Light Rose, because I don't think either of them has shown particularly great team coordination, but on balance, that has favored Illinois State across these last couple of maps.
Now, we don't have this usual default bans. Habana is something that Bank, she probably needs to go on at Bank considering the numerous number of hatches. She is the hatch queen, so teams are going to have to resort to something different going forward. Maybe bring those secondary hard breaches, or the can openers, as some people like to call them. But Kaid is going to be roaming no longer. No TCSG 12, but Valkyrie and Mira did make it through the ban phase. So UBC, especially on the basement side, I'm expecting them to utilize both of them, because if they don't, it really feels like they're handicapping themselves.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment, honestly. One of the issues that Illinois State had kind of dealt with on the previous map was they were giving up a lot of first kills to UBC. That's something they can probably actively correct here, right, on the attack, and it shouldn't be a very difficult issue for them to correct either. But I do think that ties back into the idea of kind of the communication issues we've been seeing. I know for a fact that Illinois State was droning. We saw them on drones multiple times, so there was some sort of disconnect there between the drones and the positioning, especially the entry players. Something that they're going to want to tighten up on here. I think if they can close down those first kills, they probably will have this pretty well in hand. But if they keep letting those slide, I think it's a potential recipe for disaster.
I agree. And another operator that I didn't talk about that did make it through the phase that is in play, Thatcher. What isn't in play, though, is any real wall denial, and anything really. I mean, Thatcher can disable the Evil Eyes. You can't really disable the Runic Gates, because you might as well just throw them actually into the Surrogate Gates. So Thatcher's gonna get usage, but not probably real usage so far, as there is no Mira, there's no Valkyrie. Instead, UBC still running with a lot of denial, utility denial, and of course, Kaiken on the Orcs. To note that just Illinois State, they're in the server area. They haven't really faced any pressure going into this. They already got open a part of the wall with Snail's secondary hard breach. So UBC, if their goal was to delay time, I don't think they've done a very good job at it. It's now Cow Esports, the infamous Cow Esports, is going to be roaming up on that second floor, trying to hunt a player or two down, as there goes one, and I believe the second is going to be Goyo hiding out, waiting for a player to present themselves. And, well, they do take one off the board. It's going to be a trade. Keem is gone. And now, well, there goes Nicodeme. Their crime does not go unpunished by the Nook. And now it's Illinois State who get an advantage. They have the time, they have the map control. So all they have is, well, one less player to do their dealings with, and I think that could be remedied very soon. Well, there's now some cameras actually going to indicate if somebody is just trying to sneak up on the castle or not. I think UBC, they have a player or two not actually dedicated to the site itself. Snail is just going to fire some shots into the corner of the site as, well, Sheba, they have a timer left on their life. If they peek, they might be dead. And yep, they are. They left their corner of safety, and now they're going to be paying for it. It's Eric and Spacebar who are really straying off the site. They are not in the site, and that is going to allow Hollywood to plant the diffuser, and now you're going to have these two actually drop into the site, probably not too prepared for these three Illinois State members, as one is going to be above, has an angle onto this diffuser, but there goes Hollywood. We're back at a 2v2, but Mort has been untaken out. They are going to be up on the hatch, and now it's just 1-0 so far for Illinois State as they get things started off on the basement side. We're having a little problems with our my co-caster Corbeck. He's having some visual issues with his feed, so that is why I talked for the entire round and you did not have Corbeck's. We're not going to have our observer Uzu. I feel like that would be a dumpster fire. No offense to Uzu. Your observing is very good, but I don't know if I could say the same about your casting. But going forward into the basement side, which is going to be repeated, Sheba now goes to the Valkyrie, which I believe was probably the choice that was intended, but Sheba didn't pick anybody, so they got random onto Maestro, and clearly Maestro didn't really help that much. But Mira in play, Valkyrie noticeably not in play, so another thing that maybe UBC could have that could help them out. We'll have to see if they're actually successful at all on this basement side. As I hope, Corbeck, I hope you have returned for
5
sure.
seconds left before insertion.
Have you? Okay, well, we're still waiting things out. I need my buddy back. I need my buddy back. My throat is starting to go. My hot chocolate went cold. Is he back?
Yes, I am back. Don't know what happened there. My
Don't leave
computer
me
was
like
like,
that
no,
again. Don't
not
leave me like
today.
that again.
Yeah, I'm sorry, bud. I'm back though. It's all good. I don't know. That's actually the first time my computer's ever crashed, so that's pretty good. I've done well, but it picked a bad time to do it. Could have used that like in some terrible rank games on another day, but it'll be today. Anyway, anything exciting happen here, Light Rose? Anybody explode?
Well, Illinois State did put the diffuser down, and it seemed like UBC could have had a chance at it, but the fact that they left Mort up on that second floor, up on the hatch, was the reason of their downfall. They decided to come back to the basement site, but bring a Mira this time. So they seem to have very similar lineup, very similar strategy, and a player with maybe one or two less kneecaps in the future.
Ooh, yikes. Yeah, no doubt about it. Nicodeme there taking a huge chunk of damage, but still alive, still functioning. Bless. Do love a good Mira play on Bank, by the way, especially down there in the basement. It's actually a pretty solid pick all around, but Keem will strike first and strike early. Take spacebar out of the equation to start things off, and it's a good rip-roaring entry moment here for Illinois, as they'll make moves to try and really put the pressure on the defenders. Eric actually playing out into the garage. It's surprising to me, Light Rose, that they got that much room to maneuver down there, but Illinois State seems very top-heavy in terms of how they want to attack this.
They want to clear it out, make sure that angles covered from hatches aren't really going to be contested. Just, yeah, look at it. It's just making sure that any rotates are nice and clear. But here is the main problem. The Mira. There's going to have to be some frag grenades. Honestly, there's no Jaeger ADSs, but there also is not going to be any Grosmots that might concuss anybody, take out some, renegades, Goyu canisters, anything like that, because Keem is gone. There are still roamers playing around on the first floor, noticeably Kaikin, but there is also less players on the site. So Illinois State has a choice to make. They could either continue to hunt down these roamers or potentially attack the site with full force.
Yeah, with full force. Full undeniable force. Unfortunately, Nicodeme is providing it the opposite direction. They do have Mad Sheba down here, though, so it's not really giving the team an advantage so much as leveling things out, and nobody seems able to res Mad Sheba. That said, I mean, two members now of Illinois State, very low health, both Mort and Cow. Snail, however, going in for the plant. Doesn't care. Good coverage from Cow. Drops State in. Finishes off the Mira as well. Here comes the hard rush. This is maybe what full force looks like. Cow spamming across, gets Kaikin down. Cow is met by Nicodeme again, who continues to sort of be the saving grace at this moment. Nicodeme, though, faced with a very unpleasant situation, has to challenge the powerful assault rifle of the Canadian. He goes and jumps in on the diffuser. That could be the end. Snail just watching him before putting him down. Gives him a moment to feel like he might be okay and then polishes him off.
Well, making sure that he doesn't fake. We know pros don't fake. We're in the Legends division, so just testing things out to make sure. As Illinois State now 2-0 on the basement side, they've been able to stick down the diffuser both times. So with UBC opting to actually go to the second floor, we're bringing a Rook, we're bringing a Doc who now is 200 HP per stim. So UBC, they are going to have chunky operators quarterback. I need a Thunderbird. Put spacebar on the Thunderbird. We need the trifecta.
Why not? At that point in time, it's interesting. I've seen base level like rumors that this was gonna be a thing. Like you might be seeing more Doc, you might be seeing more Rook in play like this, but I've not actually like seen it manifested before in the game. So I'm curious to watch how this sort of turns out. The only problem with Rook, I think, is just that, you know, once the armor is down, obviously that utility is valuable, but his ability to impact the round kind of post-planting that case is a little limited, right? He's just a gun at that point in time without kind of the added value that Jaeger has, where he's a gun, but he also has, you know, constantly resetting ADS systems to help you out. So it's certainly a fun combo, but whether it's an effective one, I just don't know.
I wanted to see how this will impact things, because while Doc and Rook may give you HP, one shot to the head is still going to take you down. So I think if this is going to be the meta with, you know, Doc Rook, more HP, I think we're going to see players that have a much higher headshot percentage potentially thrive. And maybe players who rely on body shots, well, they get punished as there's so many bullets being firing out this window. It's kind of hard to pepper bullets through that little bar area, but well, a sneaky sledge isn't going to be as quiet as they initially hoped, as their death is going to be, well, refragged a little bit by the opening kill onto spacebar. So we're still at a 4v4, but there's Nicodine from that front desk taking out Keem, as finding another one. The MP5s just spraying and praying at the attackers, really keeping them away from the building itself.
Again, you know, I said this about UBC last game. I'm trying to leverage it the opposite direction now because I'm just not sure what Illinois State plan was here. Like, hang on the windows and maybe pin them down until you can get, I guess, Cow up there to do some damage. It's not really worked hardly at all. I don't think they expected UBC to win those long-range gunfights, but the dreaded sight on the MP5 right there from Rook is doing wonders right now for the UBC squad. And Illinois State, with only 2 operators left, has got themselves a bit of a pickle that they're going to have to deal with right here. Unfortunately, Nicodeme has rotated off towards the lobby, has no idea that the main thrust of what's left of the members of Illinois State are going to come in. One in the janitor's closet gets absolutely ripped apart as Nicodeme again. He doubled back and secured the kill, and that leaves everything on the shoulders of Mort right here. G36 in hand. Is it going to be enough to get a 1v4? No, it is most certainly not. The MP5 gang are rising up and getting those kills.
You know the thing about that as well, Corbeck? They were untouched. End of the round, full HP. I don't even think any stims were needed from Doc. They just didn't take any damage from that. I am shaking in my boots of the French combo. Doc and Rook here to terrorize Rainbow Six for the foreseeable future. And I'm kind of excited. I love Doc. I love Rook. Very fun to play, and the fact that they're might have a chance in competitive Rainbow Six Siege makes me very excited, because gosh, I love setting down sweaters for everybody, helping everybody out, slapping it 2 times on that MP5 and just going ham, just like Eric and just like you do.
Yes, GIGN gang rise up right there, the frogs in fine fashion today. And well, I'm curious if they're going to be able to do that again, because they formed their own little kind of bunker up there on the front side of the point, looking out towards the lobby. And Illinois State, unfortunately, I think a little too eager to oblige them of that. little bit of an awkward play right there by Mad Sheba. I thought for a second they might be trying to block out perhaps the alibi with their Frost map, but they put it at a bit of a cack-handed angle. And I mean, I will admit, you know, if you find out that there's Frost on the other team here, Light Rose, you probably have a good idea of where all the standard Frost trap positions are already on this map. But never an operator that I dislike seeing, just one whose perhaps utility can be a little limited by map knowledge alone.
Well, sometimes you can see some Frost players put them in some unconventional areas. You might have one on the areas that's needed, like certain windows, but the amount that she has, maybe there's only one window that needs to be covered. Maybe there's two. So you place one in an area that you know is going to be, you know, ran through by an attacker. You just place it in a weird area by that space, and maybe you'll just catch somebody when they're not actually looking at their feet. So some Frost mats, maybe they'll catch a player or two. As Hollywood, I believe, caught the hat of the alibi. Well, now has caught the entire body, but hasn't been fired at neither by an alibi or by a player. But there is Cow Esports with the assistance of a drone. Nicodine is unable to continue their rampage. It's because they went off the rope. That's exactly why. We all know it, but I guess we'll have to see if they bring it back for the next round.
Next try.
Well, 5-4 is the total here. UBC have themselves a decent round, but now they're in serious danger. Look out! The exothermic comes in, and it's actually quite a lucky break right there for the defender that they didn't die to that. Kaikin was in a dangerous spot indeed. Now a frag grenade coming over the top, and, well, Cow is playing Sledge, the bane of every castle operator, so they'll just blast their way through, quite literally. Snail with a little bit of vertical play, but here comes one of the GIGN boys, and he's got the stim pistol out right there to help out his teammate. That's Kaikin, who was quite low, now back up to full plus right there, and this is still very much a map in flux. Don't think that this is run away from UBC at all. And Illinois State facing a little bit of pressure here, trying to clear up this top floor area where Eric waits, MP5 in hand, and Snail gets taken down.
Right now, Cow kind of wishing that they could steal the stims right off of Eric, who doesn't mean a thing. What damage? What's that? Eric now on full health back again.
Wow.
UBC, they put together a second round. We saw this exact sequence in the previous map. 2 rounds by Illinois. 2 rounds by UBC.
Yep. You're right. We did see this exact same sequence. You're totally correct. And Illinois State did kind of run away with it in the end, but I'll be lying if I didn't say Illinois State Cage has to be just a little bit rattled right now. Maybe we're not at like panic mode or anything, but they've got to be a little bit rattled. I'd be surprised if they weren't. I don't think they expected this to be quite this difficult. And it's been difficult, even on some of the rounds where they've kind of come in and got the W. It hasn't necessarily on either map. It hasn't necessarily been easy straight for them either. So it's an interesting development, to say the least. And UBC, I give them credit, as I did at the end of Oregon, for putting up a fight. We'll see if they can kind of keep that going. Both of the Spetsnaz operators, by the way, making their appearance here in this lineup. Mad Sheba bringing out the Kapkan and Spacebar on the Tachanka. So the area denial from the UBC side is real, and I like how they're kind of cycling through trap operators at this point. Light Rose trying to look for the one that's going to do the best for them. Yeah, exactly. He's next, don't worry.
All right, Thorn, we've only got 2 more rounds. We need the Thorn as well. Like, come on, we got to complete the cycle.
God, I love Captain Traps. Oh, I'm such a Captain Trap enthusiast.
They're surprisingly effective, too. I mean, even if you take 50 HP off of a player, or 55, I don't know the exact number. It's one of those, too.
It hurts.
But, yeah, it'll hurt you, and it might give you the edge in a fight. And if you place them on the right, if you place, like, 2 on the right door, that's a kill as well, and it's a free kill at that. No harm done to anybody, and honestly, it makes your attackers kind of feel a little silly at that, as Sheba's now walking around office. They get caught out, as I believe Capcan Traps won't be on the door. Now Illinois State's going to be the first casualty for the first time in this map. Every single round, UBC has had the first death, but this time it's going to be Keem who's going to be going off the board. And now they're just going to have to watch these drones that right now Illinois State actually haven't deployed. They're keeping them in their pocket for right now.
The drone game from Illinois State has actually been pretty solid on this map, and I think it's one of the biggest advantages they do have against the Capkin. For example, you see like Snail's not getting caught out by anything here, knows where they all are, and just goes to work destroying them. So that does limit the utility of the Capkin. Good trade back, by the way, from Nicodeme there. Saw Cow Esports swinging down the stairs, immediately got it back the other direction. Nicodeme has come alive here on this map for UBC, and none of the members of Illinois State have quite risen to Nicodeme's level just yet, though certainly we must give credit to Cow, who is just nipping at the heels with 6 kills of their own. About a minute and 10 seconds left here on the clock, Light Rose, and I don't really see an attack yet manifesting here for Illinois State.
I mean, it's kind of hard. They don't have really any direct avenue in the site. They don't have any hard breach. They still have roamers that are hanging around this first floor, most importantly Kaiken. And now you have 2 forms of plan denial, both the smoke canister and the Shumika launcher that you're going to have to deal with. So the recipe that Illinois State is kind of cooking isn't leading to a nice tasty meal. It's leading to a lot of fire and smoke, literally. Because Spacebar and Nicodeme, they don't have to peek. They can just sit back, burn that site alive, and just wait. Because with 20 seconds left, it's going to be Illinois State who actually have to push the attack. They have to drop these hatches. They can't focus on everywhere at once. So now Kaiken just able to walk in and get 1, get 2. Wow. And for the last kill, it is going to be Hollywood who burns alive because he didn't have any other option, Corbeck.
It's hard to think of a better time for a Capkin and a smoke than what we just saw right there. And I tell you what, the script has flipped here. Light Rose, look at those stat lines coming out from these two teams. If I asked you to just look at that in absence of all other context, I think you'd be hard pressed to tell me that Illinois State was the favored team of these two. But
interesting to note, this is the first time UBC have taken the lead today.
Yeah, you're right. It 100% is the first time. And again, they're already ticking up to putting a pretty good performance in here against what was considered probably one of the strongest teams in their division. So they've got to be taking heart from that. But man, it's that was about ideal. Like, you don't often get smoke Tachanka situations where they light up that well, but just the gas coverage, the fire coverage, it just made that entire room an absolute death trap for those attackers. And then double plus good, by the way, for Kaiken for reading that and come sneaking up there to secure the kill. And after all that good play, we watch the Spacebar attempts to there we go, get that Banshee down in a very tricky spot. I don't know. If I'm Illinois State, I think I'm starting to sweat just a little bit after that round.
Well, 3-3 was our scoreline in the previous map, and 3-3 is still on the cards as well, but UBC, their defense has definitely been pretty effective as well. It hasn't just been Illinois State kind of blundering while their attacks haven't been strong. It's also been UBC kind of making statements, especially the last time we were here on the second floor. The Rook and the Dock were absolutely unstoppable, but it's a different-sided attack coming from Illinois State. Instead of coming from the west, from the main lobby, they're going from square, from the eastern side. So we're going to see some Talon shields deployed, try to make sure that nobody from UBC can actually enter that area. And Chiba tried to test their luck. Were met with a lot of bullets to the face, and unfortunately, that's an area of map control that now UBC, they have to slot another person into to make sure they don't give it up.
Yeah, that's a very fair assessment indeed. And now about 2 minutes left on the clock. A little exchange of unpleasantries right there. Keem caught out by Spacebar, who rushes out the door to the supply closet to at least secure the down. Unfortunately, can't finish it off and get the kill proper, though immediately dropping back into a prone position there, waiting for the next victim to step forward. And there's a good kill from Kaiken that actually turns this into a 4v4. So even if they do get the res back up on Keem, it's not going to win things for him. Mort traded out immediately. Spacebar in this closet, an absolute menace. Hollywood steps up and puts pain to it.
Oh, come on, Cal. That's bullying right there. You can't just do that to him. Now, unfortunately, as Pulse has been such, at least NECC team with a nice peek onto Hollywood. They are still on full HP, and they've got a lot of health to their name. This is 100% winnable for the Rook. Keem could
Attackers have
present
recovered their
themselves through the punch hole, as it's just not evident enough, but NECC team just peeks away at the last second. That's going to allow Cow to now put down the diffuser, as NECC team just is kind of swapping between the hallway and the actual front desk itself, and eventually they're going to commit to the hallway. They're going to move themselves toward the conference, maybe shoot through the actual, rotate themselves, and there goes the full HP member of Illinois State. Now Keem is either going to have to find the head of Rook or is going to have to fire so many bullets, but on low HP, they get it! They found NECC team rotating on the other side of the site. And that's a huge play. And now we're back at a 3-3 because of that.
Oh, that was a close one there for Illinois State. NECC team, unfortunately, just no information to be gathered on that particular push. And you could tell, too, I mean, he was so close to sussing that out. If he had just put a couple of rounds through the wall, I think he would have realized immediately what was happening right there. But he did not check the wall. He just carried on his way, tried to vault, got caught out. Still, UBC with the 3-3 round. Can't be unhappy with that. That said, very much falling into the pattern of what we saw in Oregon Light Rose. Now UBC on the attack, and they just have to hope, I guess, that being that this is their map pick, it's going to go a little bit better for them in the attack here than it did over on Oregon.
I am a little worried about their attacks, though. On Oregon, sometimes it just lacked actual form. Like, you felt like maybe there was a strategy in play, like they had an idea of what they wanted to do, but it never really manifested. They never truly showed their hand, and they didn't get any time to actually play it. And I think that could be something that could rear its head in this map as well, because you do need some coordination to actually push onto the site. There isn't a smoke in play, nor there is a Yachanka. There's a 1 C4 plant denial, and I guess you might consider the Black Mirror overlooking the site some form of plant denial, but I think that Black Mirror that I mentioned is going to be the main problem that UBC is going to have to deal with, especially once they get to the actual execution. If they don't get rid of roamers, if they don't clear some semblance of the site, then the Mirror window is really going to be the final kicker.
Yeah, Mirror windows are, this isn't a terrible map for Mira. And as I've said before, you look down on the basement side, it is a good Mira site. And you'll probably see her there played a fair amount depending on your rank. Keem, though, getting the early strike right here, takes Eric down very quickly. Keem taking some shots in return, trying to get out of dodge right there, but it's actually Kaiken who secures the next kill by dropping Cal. So Cal off the board, the big killer here for the side of Illinois State, no longer a factor in this. And that, I think, is a worse trade out than losing Eric there on that Nook. But they're running into a bit of a hassle now because they are going to have to make plays to take down these castle barricades. And that, of course, is just going to give the defenders warning of what to expect.
Well, a Z-ping goes through. As Snail will probably hear the sledgehammer go through. They do spot the drone, so they realize something is afoot. As now another member of UBC just cannot assist with this roam hunt. They can't assist with the execution. It's Kaiken who is going to be back on the bench. As now we're seeing a little bit of a 1v1 between Snail and NECC. And if Snail does win this out, this should be the round for Illinois State. It's just back and forth between these two players, just trying to get some sort of an advantage through each little poke hole. The frag grenade flies through, and it's just not cooked enough. Doesn't have the range to take out the castle. On the other side, actually no, we cut away as exactly Snail finds the kill onto NECC. As we cut back to the site, we see Spacebar and Shiro trying to get some way onto the site, some way to win this round, but I don't think there's really any hope because, well, you could just see setting themselves up. Illinois State, they've got time, they have 3 extra players, and, well, Spacebar did somehow find a kill on Tamor, and they still have to get through 3 more.
And they will do so with good alacrity right there. Illinois Esports coming out on top in that round, pushing it up to a 4v3. Again, you do get the feeling, and then we're kind of, again, back to Shades of Oregon. You do get the feeling that UBC's attacks, they just, I don't understand the strategy behind them, right? I don't get what the plan was there. Like, sending your players out to just secure kills, like, that's not really a plan, right? So I don't necessarily know what the organizational structure was meant to do for them, but they've got more rounds to prove that they can actually put kind of paid to the notion that their attacks are a bit all over the place. And hopefully they can do that for their own sake. Otherwise, I do think Illinois State will probably just slow walk this one in, much akin to the last map.
It's one where we're kind of tiptoeing our way to the finish when the path has been already made out for us. We're being very suspicious about what the results might be. But so far, Illinois State, they've gotten one defensive round, now going up to the second floor. UBC's attacks still need some sort of structure before there's a good chance that they win Bank, because not only do they have to win Bank, they have to go and win Villa as well, which is going to be a difficult task in of itself. So there's a long road ahead if UBC actually wants to put a win on the board, or at least a map. There is still a very long road ahead of them, but like I said, they just need to put some form of an attack that actually sees like they have something on paper written down and they're actually following.
Yeah, and I don't know that we're off to a start that really demonstrates that. Mad Shiba here kind of playing on the balcony right now, but obviously under threat from multiple angles. Cow Esports just one of them, and if Mad Shiba shifts too far to the left, they're very much gonna die. Oh, that was close. Mad Shiba will live that one out. Cow with a beautiful headshot onto Kaikin, comes rolling around the corner and almost instinctively gets that kill, but the victory celebration is short-lived. Spacebar there taps Cow right back into the dirt, and we're sitting at a 4v4 here with 2 minutes to go.
We just keep getting shown just how mechanically skilled Cow is, and just, man, that was a kill and a half right there. But it doesn't lead to too much. It only leads to a 4v4 simply because Cow wanted more, and they probably peaked where they should not have. But there's more. They get a little bit of damage onto Spacebar, who's vaulting through the window, but can't get much more than that just because of the amount of pressure coming from the other members of UBC. As now Snail is going to be shot down. They were just not aware of their surroundings, so it's UBC they get an advantage. As well, they need to hold on to it. With 1 minute and 10 seconds left, the actual execution phase of the round still has yet to happen. And with both Shiba and Spacebar on honestly quite low levels of HP, it's going to make taking these engagements just a wee bit harder.
Well, 4v3 now is the tally. Low health, though, on the side of UBC. They've taken a couple of knocks here, and meanwhile, the members of Illinois State seem relatively well defended. 40 seconds left on the board, so moves will have to be made in short order, or they're going to be running the risk of simply not being able to get this done in time. Checking for those defenders, and actually very little immediate sight presence here from the members of Illinois State. They have backed off right on the opposite direction. Good kill from Hollywood at range with the MP7. Now a rotation over. The two German operators there stacking up on one another as you see Eric trying to get some sort of angle where maybe they can provide a little support to the team. 10 seconds left on the board. Now you're running out of time. 8 seconds. Moves have to be made. The swing in from Eric. He actually secures the kill, but Hollywood's there for the finish up. Woo! And it's the frost mat to end it. That's an unfortunate moment there for UBC, who did so well to sort of set that up and then just not able to cancel out the defensive position that Illinois State rotated to there at the end.
There is just something about Spacebar that in the thick of things, they somehow are able to get a kill. And their kill, for a brief second, Corbeck, I held my breath because I didn't truly know who won that round, because it all just happened so fast. We saw a flurry of kills, not only from Illinois, but there was some on the side of UBC as well. So these rounds, they are just coming down to a razor's edge sometime, and a slight adjustments from UBC could be the difference in potentially getting a loss, getting a win, because the fact that Illinois State, a lot of their rounds have been one player left alive, 2 people left alive, it means these rounds are very close. And just like I said, a
5
couple
seconds left
small
before
adjustments may be what's needed.
Attackers are
Yeah, a couple of small adjustments perhaps is the right word. I mean, in that case, I think what really killed them was just time. They had done well, I think, in getting to the position that they were in, but it had simply taken them too long, Light Rose. So by the moment that they were actually ready to push in with the execute, it just, you had Eric swinging in for a window and hoping the best, right? What they really needed was somebody to set up a crossfire or to deny that kind of balcony area for the defenders, and they didn't really take that into account until it was too little too late.
So time is a burden for some attacking teams, and it has been for UBC in some of these rounds, whether it was this map or the previous map. And well, going forward onto this open area, it's a side that sometimes comes down to the final seconds, but a lot of times it's just determined by the roamers, by these strong anchors as well, that sometimes time might not even matter in the end. So far, Illinois State, they're not really setting themselves up for a deep roam. It allows UBC to position their buck up above for Nicodeme to actually set up these Argus cameras around to get a good vision of potential areas where roamers could come from. I'm honestly surprised that Illinois State is kind of allowing this, but maybe they have something else in mind. As a C4 takes out Kaiken, and now it just leaves Eric, the lone vertical destructor.
Well, Hollywood working their way up here. A 5v4 with 1 minute and 20 in the bank. And yeah, they got the tools to work with here. NECC didn't go ahead and blow open a hole in the floor, give them a little bit of a distance setup. Eric gets one in and gets the kill. Checking the cameras now, just making sure that they've got the room they need to maneuver if nobody's creeping up on them. And these opens from the vertical, I mean, this is an issue that they're going to have to deal with in some way. They simply don't have roamers in place to really respond to this at the moment. The closest person would probably be Keem, but I don't think they're able to get back up there. You see to the slow rotate down the stairs of the attackers. This could be ugly. Cow just waiting here. Nicodeme again, I don't think has any idea that there's a defender waiting for.
A couple steps could be his demise if he actually peeks the stairway. Then death could be lurking around the corner. Spacebar tries, I think is the imperative word, to put down the diffuser. He had the assistance of a smoke grenade, but really nothing else. So UBC, they had a coordinated attack at the beginning, but dear Lord, has it fallen apart. Nicodeme in the final seconds gets one, gets two, but now as there's 3 seconds left, Hollywood and Cow do the smart thing. They wait, and now that forces Nicodeme to actually put down that diffuser. So triple zeros, and now no more players left alive on UBC's side. Illinois State has reached map and match point.
Well, I mean, it's unfortunately it's gone quite like how I thought it would, Light Rose. They switched sides. The attacking side is just not there for UBC. Wasn't there on Oregon. It doesn't appear to be here on Bank either. And that's not entirely surprising, right? I don't think any of us should be particularly shocked. After all, attacking is probably, I would argue at least, the harder thing to do in Rainbow Six Siege. And you see a lot of teams that do come out very strongly on the defensive side, really struggling here when it comes to the attack. Cow picking up Caveira here, which I assume is a little bit of a meme play. But the rest of the operator lineup is pretty straightforward. They're also having to go down to basement, which is such a difficult site to take. Unfortunately, I think this will probably be the end of the match for UBC.
Something miraculous might have to happen. Unfortunately, Nicodeme's 13 kills aren't going to be enough to propel his team. He didn't put up a 20 bomb. That's he did not put the entire team on his back. But no, for serious, Nicodeme has had a wonderful map. Despite being, a real support player, he is just really started to excel in this one, and it's unfortunate that the results might not come through, but It is 6-3. There's still a chance, a glimmer, that UBC could actually get a victory here. And Cal, them being on the Caveira could be potentially a free takedown if UBC starts to play together. But if they don't, I think Cal Esports gets an interrogation, then, well, that's a good night.
Yeah, you're probably right there. It's just, how often do you see interrogations in this game? Not very often, especially at the level theoretically that Legends is at. It's a little bit rare, but you never know. I'm sure Cal wants one quite desperately. Whether they will get one or not is another matter entirely. They are being super sneaky right now down there in Archives. Snail also watching Archives, kind of supporting that Cav. Couple of yellow pings going out, but I don't actually see anyone in the immediate area for them to be pinging out. The roam presence pretty strong here, actually, from Illinois State. They've not kept very many of their chickens close to roost. And now the members of UBC sort of trying to filter their way around it. It does not go well for Kaiken, is caught by Cal Esports, but there will be no interrogation. That obviously gives up the game of them having a Caveira as well. And 5-4 now, 1 minute and 20 seconds on the board, and UBC is going to have to pull off a miracle to keep themselves in this match.
They don't have really any other direct roam. Like, you got NECC team who can prevent a roam, but, well, not even a lick of damage done to NECC team, as Cal wanted the little goofy, little silly pick, and it does not bear any fruit in this scenario. It only nets a death, and it nets an equalized amount of man count for both of these teams. We're under 60 seconds, and UBC truly has yet to set up an execution besides dropping this bank hatch, which in some scenarios might be the true play. But you've got one coming from Garage. You might have one dropping the hatch. There isn't a true play from UBC. So it's going to take a miracle, like I said all the way before, like you said, something amazing needs to happen right before my very eyes. Is now, well, if NECC does choose to drop that hatch, you could just see the amount of guns waiting around the corner.
You can indeed. Eric now shoving their way in, but it's Snail who picks up the next kill. That said, spacebar back the opposite direction. Nicodeme is here in the danger zone as well. Nicodeme nearly gets caught losing. Won't win the gunfight, but UBC does across the board. Nicodeme there coming in huge, and look at that sneaky Nook play to finish it all off. That's why, Light Rose, we see that operator banned so often.
I guess UBC surprising me, and I think surprising all of us there, simply because it didn't seem like it was gonna happen. Like the fact that Nicodeme was able to survive the hatch drop is a factor in of its own into why UBC could have won that. Spacebar once again just finding kills really when they shouldn't. But UBC now, they're going to have to do the exact same thing. Probably not with the same level of execution. The hope is that they actually put together something in terms of, you know, an actual strategy. Maybe open up that security area, or the blue area, as some would call it. I think if you're going to try the same thing, the odds won't be in your favor there.
Yeah, that's fair, and I agree. You're playing with fire, basically. Your life is forfeit if you lose. So that's the risk that they're gonna have to take. And I mean, I don't think we should particularly kid ourselves. It was a good round win for UBC, but it was not a good round for UBC. It was a bit ugly, and the fact that the last kill was basically just like Nook managed to sneak up on somebody and shoot in the back of the head is not exactly a telling commendation of the style of play up until that point. But again, I mean, you got to give credit to them. They are fighting. I just think that we're sitting in a position very similar to Oregon, in which Illinois State just needs to find their little their throttle and just end it. And that could be this round.
Yeah, well, it could have been last round as well. There's a lot of hypotheticals that we can bring to the table, but we can't really know until it's truly here. As the first minute has gone by, not much has truly happened. As Illinois State, they're somewhat spread out. You do see Cal Esports up on that first floor, but to my knowledge, I feel like they should be just a little bit more spread out. Force UBC to dedicate more resources, maybe play a little bit more together, as Cow Esports is just kind of doing a solo trip right now, like they've been throughout the entire map. And I think the fact that they're on Alibi could actually help them in this scenario, not be a lone Caveira with a singular pistol. But it's still a thing where UBC could, I think, effectively deal with this realm if they play their cards correctly.
Well, Snail there picking up Kaiken again very early, and that's actually relatively unfortunate considering that's all the Yin Candelas down and out before they could even be used. Spacebar here now looking across the opposite direction, seeing if they can catch somebody maybe walking out the big side, but no, they do not. Cow Esports now looking down a long sight line. Good jump there from Eric to go ahead and secure the kill and turn this into a 4v4. And again, UBC, they're not going to give this up easily if they can avoid it. Snail here checking the opposite direction now, and a slow creep happening here. There is a Nook right there. Nook pops their head up in the wrong spot, and Eric, who did get that kill, was immediately taken down. Now they're feeding into the UMP 45. Snail, we've seen this bit of tape before, I think, Light Rose. Another kill picked up here. No, they're not going to feed another person into that.
Oh, it's not going to come at the hands of Castle. It's going to come at the hands of the Frost. There is the final round of this one. It is Illinois who are able to claim the 2-0 map victory. Each map 7-4, but I think this definitely was a little bit more UBC than we expected tonight, Corbeck.
I agree 100%. A little bit UBC is a good way to describe it. They did well. I mean, given the fact that they're a 1-3 team going up against a 4-0 team who just last week absolutely annihilated their opponent 7-0, 7-2, putting up those 7-4 score lines on both those maps is something that they should be proud of. And I think the most important thing for them here, though, is there are plenty of lessons. If they go back and watch this game, there are plenty of lessons that they can pick up going up against such a strong team that will doubtless benefit their gameplay in the future.
Yep, there were strengths and there were weaknesses to both sides as well. I mean, you don't put up 8 rounds on a team just because they felt like it. No, it was
that's very
times
true.
where we saw UBC definitely take advantage of some Illinois state weaknesses. But NECC has done its final game of the night, Corbeck. The 10 p.m. match has officially ended. We're not yet at midnight. We did not have the full map 3 maximum rounds spectacle that we would definitely go into the wee hours of the night. But so far, like I said, that is it from us, Corbeck.
It sure is it from us here today. There will be more, I believe, esports action tomorrow, though. I think it's Rocket League tomorrow, but somebody can clarify me if I'm wrong on that. I know Valorant already happened, but thank you so much for joining us here at the NECC. Thank you so much, Light Rose, for joining me, and to our production staff as well. And from all of us here at the NECC, have a wonderful evening.